You are about to opt in to Monerotopia, a show for the Monero community where all are welcome to join. From noob to maxi, no matter what bags you hold. Just sit back and relax to the sweet sounds of Monero's latest progress. Or if you're feeling inspired, join us on stage. Remember, the only thing that can stop Monero is a false belief that it can be stopped. And if you want to win the revolution faster, we recommend you remove your XMR from all custodial exchanges immediately. Warning, voting accidents are common around here. Don't forget to properly secure your private keys. Monerotopia starts now. Alrighty.
All right, we are live. You're saying first bring up Uly and then, yep, yeah, Matt. All right, what's going on? Are we good? Are we streaming, guys?
Yep, you're streaming.
All right, Sunita, what's going on?
Nothing much, just here at home.
How's the real Monero HQ doing? What's going on in at the home base?
It's good. It's good. It's moving along.
Okay, I know you got bigger things to deal with over there than the stream, but we appreciate you working from home and helping us out. PorcFest has been amazing, guys. It's been a little hectic for me because I had to come up from New York. I showed up late Tuesday night. So I started my first full day was Wednesday. I had a full day Thursday. It was great. We had some talks here. We streamed them out. But then Thursday night, I had to head all the way back to New York City because I had a family thing to do early Friday morning. So that was a 6-hour hike back to New York in the middle of the night. So there wasn't any traffic. And I went, did my family thing. It was my daughter's graduation. And then I shot up right back after that. And I got up last night. So it's been a little unique for me in that respect where I've never done, I've never treated PorcFest like it's around the corner because it's really not. But it's working out. We had those 2 full days, and then Aaron ran the show yesterday. I heard everybody had a great time yesterday. I had a great time Wednesday and Thursday. It's been amazing. And now today is really going to be, I think,
going to be fantastic.
The pinnacle,
man.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm hyped for today.
Yes. Beautiful weather. We had some shitty weather a little bit over the past couple of days. We had some rain. But today is looks like
it's going to be a perfect day. Nice and sunny and
yeah, beautiful clear skies, beautiful day to be alive, living free out here on PorcFest. And obviously the big, what we're all anticipating is Ross.
That's going to be amazing to see too. Like everybody's going to be right here.
Yes.
For that. That's a special moment.
So that's happening at 1 o'clock, which is pretty soon. I mean, yeah, that's at 1, right? Yeah, that's happening at 1. So we're going to try to figure out if we could somehow film that, have somebody run over there and catch it with their phone, and then we'll bring it up on stage as a guest so the viewers at home can catch the Ross talk. And then actually I give a talk right after on Monero, obviously, and XMR Bazaar. So that should be really cool because I think there'll be 1 or 2 people sitting in the pavilion after after Ross's talk. So that's going to be a good opportunity. So very excited for that. I'm going to be focusing on XMR Bazaar and just kind of giving my my Monero take, right? Which probably most everybody who listens to Monerotopia has heard, but this is a chance to get the word out to the broader liberty-loving crypto community. PorcFest really is, it's not a crypto conference. It's a liberty conference. It's been going on since before crypto even existed. I don't even know what year. Did anybody know what year PorcFest started? Oh, it's weird. There's been 22 of them. Oh, wow. Okay. 2003. And that's why they were some of the earliest adopters of crypto, because back in 2003, they obviously weren't using crypto. They were using gold and silver coins. Gold backs didn't even exist yet. Nobody wanted the dirty fiat, so they were literally using gold coins out here, silver coins, whatnot. I don't even know what else they were using. And then obviously crypto came on the scene in invented in 2009, and some of the earliest adopters were here at PorcFest, like 2010. I don't know if action was happening 2015. Yeah. Well, Roger Ver was here in 2015. Vitalik Buterin was here. Yeah. Yeah, and some other. I think it even started earlier because what's Ian Freeman, right? I think he was one of the big purveyors in the early days with his podcast, right? Ian, yeah, I think he was one of the first people kind of like publicly talking about it, like getting it out. And so that all comes out of New Hampshire, Liberty Movement, PorcFest. And so obviously, most people here are very open to these ideas. But what's nice about it, they're also not maxis, right? Because they're in it for the principal liberty reasons, right?
They're not just in the shop, and they're happy to take all sorts of
They're interested in it as a tool.
Yeah.
Right. So they're open to, oh, this Monero thing works really well as digital cash. I'll accept that. But they also accept other cryptos. I would say my perspective is I feel like Monero is one of the most adopted cryptos here at PorcFest. I don't know. Am I right? Okay. And we'll bring you up in a moment as well, because you can give your perspective. But let me let Uly at least introduce himself. I think most people that listen to Monerotopia have seen you, right?
Yeah, I've been around.
Yeah. Well, so what's your take, man? This is your first time here?
This is my first time here, and I'm really fucking excited to be here because this whole vibe of like actually using crypto as like I envision using it is like fantastic. And so being able to like wander around this amazing space, and like now I have like a bar I like to go get a nightcap at, and I get some weird wormwood thing and pay it in Monero. It's awesome.
This was purchased with Monero about 10 minutes ago, right up on the top of the hill over here. Is so good.
Yeah.
So good. It's basically a burger with an egg on it and bacon, and I think he put like maple syrup on there too. And so yeah, well, I paid in Monero, and he has a like a cash box over there where he keeps all his cash, and then he has a big ass Monero accepted here sticker on his cash box.
It's fun seeing that everywhere.
Yeah. So yeah, Monero is definitely I paid for this with Monero. We'll bring this gentleman. Actually, we'll talk about when I bring you up. I got some watermelon one. You could straight up, just like Monerotopia, right? A lot of the inspiration for Monerotopia came out of me coming to PorcFest and seeing people just using it. And obviously PorcFest does it better than anyone. So you could literally come up here and live off of crypto for a week.
Yeah, it's fantastic. I've been wandering around with my backpack. It's like my backpack agora. And like people are totally down with it. They're like, oh yeah, cool. What do you got? Show me what you got in your bag. And then just kind of wander around to find another cool little spot. I'm like, oh great, now I know where I can get my papers, and stuff like that. This is an aspect of like Monerotopia that I absolutely loved, and to see it here again is just like, oh okay, yeah, this is where I need to be.
100%. I mean, what were the things you've been like kind of surprised about with regards to PorcFest, or just living up to your expectations?
No, it's totally living up to my expectations. I was just and I didn't really know what to expect either. So I was just happy to kind of like finally get here, because during COVID, it was either Mexico or PorcFest. Those were the two events that were going to still happen. And it just kind of lined up. So I ended up in Mexico instead. But yeah, finally coming here on this year, getting to see Ross talk free, like that's going to be a big emotional thing for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I mean, he spoke at the Bitcoin conference, but I think it's, very meaningful that he's talking at PorcFest, because a lot of the people that were really hustling to get him out were part of the PorcFest community. Ross's mom spoke here yesterday on stage.
Lynn. Yeah. She did. She's done a couple interviews. She was like, I don't know what he's going to talk about. He told me the first couple of speeches, he's silent, mum on this one. So.
Okay, should be very imagine Monero. Guys, let me tell you a little thing about Monero. That would be amazing. I mean, it would totally overshadow mine, but I wouldn't care. I just walk out of the room. Thank you, Ross. No, I don't know if he's there yet. Obviously, I would love to have a conversation with him, but I think he's just coming in and running out. And
possibly,
I don't want to be one of those guys hovering over him. And now that he recently received a bit large donation in Bitcoin, practically speaking, there's
some he can make some important moves.
Such a well-known figure, so
he could be a great advocate, like for the Max thing that his mom's doing.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be out in public too much, right? Like, but that's another reason why he might start thinking about Monero, right?
That's
like,
true.
He received this big donation, which is great.
Like,
and
oh,
everybody's
hey,
like, look, Ross received $30 million. It's
everybody,
right
let's
here.
watch
Look,
this
guys.
wallet.
Like, donation address with Monero. Ross received $30 million. Nobody knows about it. Only Ross sees it pop up on his screen, right? Like, so that's a big realization that I think people are starting to have. And it's because of those security issues as well. I think that's really starting to play out. We're seeing people getting kidnapped in France and stuff, and it's scary stuff. And I do think Monero adds privacy is security, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably have a little bit of Monero. I mean, I talk about it all the time, but the fact is I lost most of it.
Well, and
so
if you're using it, you're not going to have a lot of it because you're constantly spending it.
Yeah, I'm spending it. Yeah.
I'm
like
just hovering about
you come rob my bank account. There's really not that much in there, guys.
I mean, you could probably buy some really tasty food, and that's about it.
Yeah,
honestly.
I live Monero to Monero. I live Monero to Monero. So somebody could come and steal the 2 Monero maybe I have on my phone at any given time, but you're not gonna get any more than that. And that's the difference with Bitcoin, where you can see what they have, that they have it, you can see when they move it. Privacy is definitely security, and unfortunately we're seeing people learn that the hard way. So I think that's going to be a realization. Maybe Ross is coming to that realization as well. Obviously he's understood this stuff sooner than most. At the time he used Bitcoin because that was the only thing that really existed, and that's what he used for starting the Silk Road. But I'm sure he would have rather used something like Monero if it was rocking and rolling back then.
Yeah.
So that should be interesting. That should be fun. Yeah, Uly, what's your kind of take on just the crypto scene, like the different cryptocurrencies you're seeing out there? Obviously, like we said, I think it's fair to say Monero is the one of the, if not the most accepted crypto. But like, what else are you seeing around? What have you learned with regards to crypto? What have your crypto moments been?
I mean, I can't call myself a maxi because I want to try all the things that are here. If they're talking about privacy, they're talking about the good thing to be talking about. So it's like, cool, yeah, let's see how this works. Like, this is how I want to use it. I want to go out there and I want to buy, my lunch with this stuff. Is that going to work? So it does work with Monero, and it's fun to try it with some of these newer projects and the projects that I see here. So, Xano, the Pirate Chain guys, Firo, all these things are like, cool. People are wanting to try this and people are happy to use it. That's the other thing. So.
Yeah, that's been a reoccurring. That's always the theme with Monerotopia, right? Like, we want to keep it open to other privacy tech projects. We don't want people to just come shill their shitcoin, but if they want to come on stage, talk about things, we've tried to always be open to that.
Or at least have a conversation, an honest conversation, be able to sit down and talk about stuff and have a project like, oh, well, we got issues with this. Can you
Right. And if we're confident in the fact that Monero is as good as we say it is, and it's actually currently the winner and it's being adopted, we should be okay with looking at other projects without feeling self-conscious about it, right?
Yeah.
Now I get we don't want to lead people down the wrong path. We don't want people, putting their life savings into some newfangled crypto because they think it's gonna 1,000x, 10,000x.
Well, that's why you got to do your own research.
Market cap coin, but do
your own research.
Anybody listening to should know the basics by now, right? But I think it's worth looking at other tech, talking with the people that are into it. And I always say, if nothing more, just because the community of people that actually use digital cash or even just interested in it is pretty small.
Yeah.
Like the people that are actually into trying to live off of untraceable digital cash. So in that community, you have obviously Monero people, but you also have Zcash people. You also have Xano people. You also have Pirate Chain people. And so to then divide those people is just really silly. Like, we need to all be in the same tent.
Yeah.
And then if Monero is as good as we say it is,
it'll win out in the marketplace.
All those people as well will naturally use Monero more than any of the other things that they're trying to.
That's what the market's for, man. Like, just come on in, see if it works.
Yeah.
If people like it, they'll use it. If they use it, it wins.
Yeah.
And if we use it, we win,
So that actually is a pretty good segue. So we have another cryptocurrency in the house, one I've never even heard of. But it's a privacy coin. So if doing what Monerotopia does, we're allowing you to take the stage, but you be warned, you may be asked some difficult questions.
Fair enough. Nice to meet you, Yuri. Thanks,
You're
Doug.
welcome to stay up, man. You're welcome to stay up, or whoever wants to, come up next and participate in this discussion. I don't want to go too deep down this rabbit hole. I don't want to make this a whole Quay.
Sure. Quay.
All right. So what is Quay? Why is it even named Quay?
Good question. So my name's Matt. I'm ops and marketing at Quay Network. So can't go too deep on the technicals anyways, but I could definitely give you the high level, the values. We love privacy. Over at Quay Network, we're huge fans of XMR. I'm personally a huge privacy advocate. I've been building a VPN, ways for people to communicate privately in the past. And so been hanging out in the Matrix channels, huge fan. But at Quay Network, I think we're pretty value aligned with other Monero users is ultimately we want to replace fiat, right?
So the first thing that kind of triggers me a little bit is just that you said you're the head of marketing. There is no marketing department in Monero because there's no organization.
Right.
So is Quay, is it truly, is it decentralized? Are there anonymous devs working on it?
Absolutely.
Is it a funded corporation that's
running the
project?
Yeah, we've been actually building this for over 7 years now. And it started out in UT Austin and got some initial funding as a National Science Foundation grant.
Interesting.
And then from there, the team required a benefactor to continue the research and development. Ultimately, at the end of 7 years, we've raised about $20 million. But the goal, honestly, wasn't to be like all the other cryptos out there that are just pumping up schemes, raising hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, because just the raising of the money is a trigger thing for a lot of Monero people.
Absolutely.
I don't think it should discount a project, right?
Sure.
We've seen Zcash do pretty amazing things because of the funding they have that allow them to be on the cutting edge of zero knowledge proofs. And now the rest of crypto is benefiting from that. So I don't think we should all hate on that. Whether or not that can lead to a true digital cash utility that nobody controls, that's yet to be determined, right? There's this thinking that if you have corporations involved, you have basically investors involved, then it kind of loses that utility nature.
What I love about Quay Network is we're a dual token system, and our privacy token, which we call the world's first decentralized energy dollar, is Chi, and Chi was a fair launch. 100% of the supply was mined by the community. So
Chi is the base layer.
Chi is it's a dual token ledger.
Yeah.
So ultimately, what we have is an account-based ledger and a UTXO-based ledger on a single blockchain. So Chi is on the UTXO-based ledger, Quay EVM compatible on the account-based ledger. Quay is completely transparent. There's no privacy there, but Chi on the UTXO-based ledger has the privacy properties of cash.
And they're connected, essentially?
There's a protocol native controller that can exchange one token for the other. And so the goal ultimately is to create a system where you can escape and never have to go back. So you can go risk on, do all your DeFi stuff with Quay, which I love DeFi because we got to get the middlemen out of our economy, and go risk off in Chi with a stable unit of account, a medium of exchange with, again, privacy properties of cash.
So Monero's value proposition is very simple, just trying to be untraceable, unstoppable digital cash. On-chain, ideally, right?
Yeah.
What is the value proposition of Quay? Is it Quay?
Yeah, Quay Network. The world's new global monetary system at the end of the day. So in order to do that, we have to beat Visa, MasterCard in terms of utility. We have to be able to price our goods and services and denominate contracts in a stable unit of account. And in order to satisfy all that, we've been building for a really long time. So
how would you guys differentiate yourselves from the there's obviously a lot of competition in crypto.
Sure.
There's other networks with large network effects that are
Sure.
May essentially have the same value prop as that.
Yeah.
Even things like Ethereum, Solana, and then you have the privacy versions of that are coming out and been at Tari just launched.
That one I'm not familiar with.
Xano, right? Xano is another also trying to kind of be an Ethereum,
right?
A privacy version of Ethereum. So how would you say you guys differ from the competition?
That's a good question. I mean, it really depends on the chain, right? We wanted to solve for the whole pie, but I think the biggest differentiator is scale. Like we truly can scale to satisfy the demands of a global economy with fast finality times. I mean, we're using Quai here at PorcFest, which I absolutely love. This has been seriously one of the best events I've ever been to. Full stop. Yeah, so most all other chains, frankly, can't scale. And it's kind of like the unspoken secret that once they do scale, they find a killer app. Fees usually go up or the chain just breaks, and everybody either moves off of it or they just don't talk about it, and they lose that momentum that they gained initially.
And so why can you guys scale? What's going on?
So
with your
we shard dynamically. And so ultimately right now we're on one shard, supports about 700 TPS. And then as more demand for transactions come into the network really uses the uncle rate to understand when it's time to create a new shard. And so by sharding dynamically, we can practically do that infinitely right now. We could satisfy the demands of 100,000 plus TPS.
Interesting. And so, how do you guys plan on, bringing you back to competition again? Because the reality is there are a lot of things trying to do this.
Sure.
How do you guys plan on overcoming the network effect of these other projects?
Great question.
Granted, yeah, you're doing some newfangled way of scaling, but why would people just start using?
That's a great question. We're learning every day the best way to onboard people into crypto, but ultimately you have to provide them the utility that they get with the current systems that they're using, if not better, right? So again, today we've been this whole week we've been talking to vendors, getting them onboarded to Quai, and learning a lot. But the end goal here is to make sure it's something that's just as good, if not better, than Visa, MasterCard, any other chain out there that's operating at speed. Like we have to have that utility, and then privacy then becomes a sidecar, and people just don't think about it. It just.
And when you say onboarding them to Quai, the base layer Quai, or the second coin that you're talking about?
So again, both coins are on a single blockchain.
They're both on a single blockchain.
Yeah, and so right now, what's mostly available is Quai. It's the programmable, transparent token. Chi just started mining, I want to say like 4 weeks ago. So that's not readily available yet, but it's out there. If you want to get your hands on it, you can mine some. You can convert your Quai to Chi. But today, yeah, we had some vendor kits. Pay with Quai. We showed them that.
Wait, that's. Once again, so I'm all for people accepting different cryptos, but
yeah,
does this one not fall into the category of one where maybe you don't want to be accepting it as money because, what's the market cap on this thing?
I think we're a little over 30 million right now. It's a small cap token.
Right.
We just launched in February this year.
So if you're accepting it, it could be quite volatile theoretically, right? Obviously, you're hoping for volatile in the up direction, but
and so again, this is going a little too deep for me, but the emissions rate of Quai, if we're just talking about Quai, which is what's available right now, is log of difficulty, right? So the idea there is the emission curve grows with the growth demand, but is always a little behind it, right? And the idea there is ultimately the inflation rate trends towards 0, and you have a deflationary token where it's always a good time to buy.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you say you're into Monero? When did you get into Monero?
I've been researching all crypto projects since 2015 is kind of when I got pilled. And so I've been following all of them, including Monero since then. Yeah.
What cryptos then are you most interested in for the purposes of using as digital cash? Not this, DeFi and all this other stuff, but just for transactions, people using it as money.
I mean, to get me interested, you have to prove you can scale, and you have to prove that you can, be just as good or if not better than Visa, MasterCard. So a Venmo experience, right? If a vendor can get onboarded, easier than Venmo, accept payments, confirm payments, send their customers out the door. That's what I'm looking for. And then ultimately, the end game is getting rid of fiat. So if they can price our goods and services and run their budgets, denominate salary contracts in this token, then we've won. So that's what I'm looking for.
So
I
like
haven't seen a project.
Really?
I mean, besides Quai, I almost
if you were to
left
recommend
crypto,
to
honestly.
some noob like that wants to get into crypto and start living off of crypto.
Sure.
Which
stable tokens?
Stable tokens. Okay.
Yeah.
Coins.
I mean, frankly, so our largest community right now is Nigeria.
Most of those aren't private stable coins.
No, they're not. But you can live off of it.
Yeah, but it's kind of a flaw if you're trying to opt out, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. We got to solve for all of these problems at the same time.
Yeah. Okay.
What if as a vendor you only wanted to use Chi?
That would be awesome. Yeah. They could absolutely do that. And all their transactions have the privacy properties of cash. So in order to do that, we've implemented BIP47. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that, but we enforce non-address reuse on the UTXO ledger, and we have fixed denominations. So with those two properties at scale, it's cash-like privacy. So you got the wallet implementing payment codes in order to send and receive Chi, and then you'll see the amounts on a block explorer, but the change looks like everybody else's change because we have 16 denominations, and nobody can trace it back to the original owner or receiver.
So say as a vendor, I only want to use Chi, and somebody's like, I want to pay you, but in Quai. Like, how fast would that be for them to say, like, let me pay you and like convert it to Chi during the transaction?
Good question. So both Chi and Quai are operating at the same speed. Chi on UTXO, obviously a little faster. There's no EVM involved. And then you can convert a number of different ways. Right now, there's a protocol converter, and that incurs like a 2-week lockup to help prevent against like supply shocks and demands. So we want Chi to maintain stable purchasing power. We call it an energy dollar. It's backed by the energy used to create it.
So it's trying to be a stable coin.
Bingo.
Chi. Okay.
Bingo. Yeah. We want it to be a medium of exchange and unit of account with the privacy properties, right? So you can price your goods and services in it. To get it faster, you could swap on a DEX, Quai for wrapped Chi, and then later unwrap it if you would like. But with the arbitrage opportunities there, you'll still maintain that stable purchasing power.
And how private is it? Like senders obfuscated, receivers obfuscated, amounts are obfuscated?
So I would say it's transparent, but there's no traceability, if that makes sense. So
okay, so
we use
it's like only stealth addresses, kind of.
BIP47, okay. Pay NIMS, I think, is the other name for it, right? So if you're familiar with that,
silent payments, or no, it's different. Pay NIMS. Okay.
Yeah, I believe so. There's a few different names for it. We use BIP47. Payment codes is really like the mechanism.
Right, so obviously, if people can peer into the network, they can see amounts.
They can peer into the network. They can see the amounts. With the fixed denominations, again, your change looks like everybody else's change, right? You can't like.
So is that something you guys are okay with, or you're trying to become completely fungible, anonymous?
No, I think we're okay with it. Ultimately, if you can prevent traceability, then you've won at that point. Right.
Okay. Monero community probably disagree with you on that one.
Sure.
I mean, sender privacy is one leg of the
absolutely privacy, and so enforcing non-address reuse protects the sender and the receiver, and yeah.
Okay. All right, man. Yeah. Anything you want to finish up with in terms of getting the word out?
No. If you're here at PorcFest, come by the booth. We got free Quai. You can try the app. Purchase some lunch at all the vendors out here. And if you're interested in all the tech behind it, like we really took an incentive design approach to building this to maintain decentralization at every layer. If you're into cash, we got what you want. If you're into DeFi, we got what you want. If you're into decentralization and privacy, I think we got what you want. We're at the very least interesting. There's a light paper. There's 5 peer-reviewed academic articles out there. Kind of. Like,
how many devs are contributing to this project? I mean,
at one point we had upwards of I think like 12 devs.
Yeah.
Right. We've scaled back since then. Now that we're live.
And the main dev, he's not anonymous because he was here at PorcFest.
But he's out there in public.
Are there other anon devs, or is it mostly?
There are some open source devs out there. This whole project is open source. We were building in public on Discord. You could tune in anytime you want, listen to the devs, hash it out.
And when you said you had investors and whatnot, so how does that play into like the tokenomics and like the supply?
So like Quai had a pre-mine of 3 billion tokens. I can't rattle off the percentages off the top of my head. They were locked, right? So all those tokens were locked for a period of time.
And then how many Quai will there ever be?
It depends on the growth of the network.
Oh, it's a continuous.
Yep. Okay. There's no cap supply. It's log of diff, right? Okay. So the idea is their inflation trends towards zero as the network grows. And
how many coins exist like now?
That I don't. I know circulating supply. Circulating supply is about 500 million of Quai.
500 million Quai?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. You can look us up on Coinmarketcap.
3 billion Quai that were given to in the prima?
Yeah, it's locked.
It's locked up.
Yeah.
But then there's another. Okay, that's a pretty big.
Hey, Doug. Doug, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, just, watching the time because I know we got to go at 1. We have Bawdy and Tony ready to do things if you want them to come on or continue the convo. Because I know we're streaming at 1, right? Ross's.
Yeah, we're gonna try to get the Ross thing going at 1 o'clock. Hey. So yeah, if you want to have Bawdy or Tony jump up, but
which
first,
one? They're both ready.
You gotta run back, right? You gotta run back. No, come up. No, you come up fast. Come up quick. We're gonna do. We get another guy on stage, and then we could do news or price report.
Which one?
Whatever they prefer. Whoever wants to go first.
Okay.
You want me to hang around?
No. Let me get this guy. Sure. I don't know. Do you have questions for Quai?
Not at the moment. Okay, there's gonna be a little bit of shade. Sure. No worries. So I'm one of the vendors here at PorcFest, and I see Quai elsewhere, but you guys never visited me.
Oh no.
The marketing team of Quai did not come around, but you know who did come around? The community members of Monero that didn't have budget, that only had like an interest in growing the community. So we
came to spend. Yeah.
Sorry?
We came to use Monero to actually spend, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And to talk about there was already a community there, and it's built up over time. I get it, right? But there was a community of just passionate, interested people that didn't require budget or nudging or anything. They just wanted to show up and do the thing. And as a person who's transacted quite a bit in Monero, it's just cool to see that replicate time and again. And it didn't require any budget, any sort of like hierarchy of people involved in doing particular tasks to make the corporation work right. So obviously it's totally different than the technical arguments you're making. Those are a different thing, but it's the Monero community is pretty cool, and everybody like wants to keep going.
Last comment. I mean, decentralization maxi over here, privacy maxi over here. I share all your values. I almost left crypto because of the direction it was going in. You're really speedrunning CBDCs until I found Quai. So super happy to be here. I've had an amazing experience. It's 1,000 times better than any crypto conference I've ever been to. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, maybe you want to come down to Monerotopia, Mexico City in February.
We think we definitely need to come down to Monerotopia in Mexico City. Absolutely.
Be warned, there'll be a lot of tough questions coming from the audience.
We love the tough questions.
If that's what you want to. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I were to be a part of projects like that, I think that's where you want to be, right?
Absolutely.
A lot of people kind of hide out, right? They talk a big game, and then they're not willing to kind of get out in front of those that
we're definitely going to adjust our strategy, if you will, to speak corporatese over here. But the festivals where the people have the similar values, albeit crypto has definitely lost its way, we're going to refocus our efforts there. So thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, thank you, man. And we'll be in touch. Thank you. All right, that was awesome. Yeah, like I said, there's a lot of PorcFest is very open to anybody can come here and talk about the project or talk about whatever it is they're interested in, right? That's a big part of PorcFest. It's very much a free speech arena. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
People kind of freely, not that you have to listen to everybody. So, somebody might have some tent with some political association that you really can care less about. you just don't go there. But there's little assemblies happening everywhere, and people are freely assembling, talking about whatever it is they want to talk about, whether it's Monero or some other crypto or some political ideology. And so that's really cool.
Yeah, the joke is you can't really cross the campground in less than an hour. I mean,
right.
And this is a very small campground, right? There's just any number of little rabbit holes you can fall down on a journey to go get lunch.
Yeah, so if you're like a closed-minded individual, this really is not the place for you. You have to, you know, because you have to be open to having these conversations among all these different.
It would be very stressful, and but it is funny because I was at a quote unquote bar last night, and there's, you know, this is an environment there's not really meant to be any rules, right? That's kind of the point of PorcFest. And there's a local bartender from Lancaster here that was holding a shop in PorcFest, and he's got his little cordons up and can't leave the premises of his tent site with your alcohol drink you bought him. He's IDing. And this guy is pretty interesting. He's like, you talk to him, and I am not a libertarian. I don't disagree with you guys, but I have my political beliefs, and I'm here. I showed up. I'm curious to learn. The next day, he starts taking crypto. He has a multi-coin wallet. He's like, okay, I'm going to open up and try something new here. And so I'm just hoping he has his cattle ropes down by tomorrow, and he'll allow us to roam in his space without the the confinement. So
he's accepting crypto payments now?
He is accepting crypto payments.
Yeah, I mean, the real hope is like, you know, 6 months from now, or he checks his Monero balance where he accepted a few purchases. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It's worth more instead of less. I
Certainly
mean, who knows, though? No, you can't promise that one, but
for sure. But yeah, not wouldn't be a new story. And that's always a great story.
But I do think that definitely helps with onboarding when you have these vendors that accept, and then a year later they check back in and like, oh, okay.
Yeah, just showing up and playing around. You know, I've onboarded a bunch of people into Monero this week, just sitting behind my curry booth and having a discussion with people. They're like, oh, I'm interested in this Monero thing, and you know, I need to figure out how to get the wallet on my phone. And I point over to the Monero. I tell them where the Monero booth is. Go down there. You know, give them a few fiat bucks. They'll send you some Monero. You know, you probably don't even have to do that. There's an easy way to get a few bucks of Monero. Go down there, play with it, come back up. If you don't want to get rid of your sweet Monero, I'll sell you something from Monero, then I'll send it back to you, and you can net yourself in the cash you want. Whatever, just use the damn thing.
Exactly.
Just get acclimated to using the thing.
Yeah.
So hopefully we have a new bartender from Lancaster here being pilled on.
That would be amazing. How many years have you guys been coming to PorcFest now?
This is our 5th PorcFest, but the 4th year we've been vending food. In our very first PorcFest, our son had a little business where he was, before we did the food.
There he is.
Yes, son, come up on stage.
Does he want? Yeah, he wants to go on?
All right.
Yeah, we'll just do Bawdy. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we'll wrap it up in like 5 minutes. Yep. What's going on, man?
I've been slinging curry in this slacker's absence. He's making me do all the work.
You're one of the most based individuals, I'd say, not even kids. Last year you were here selling homemade like blow darts.
Yep, that I did that for 4 years.
Superior quality. It wasn't like some, you know, shabby put together thing. Like it was a legit blow dart.
It definitely was. he's definitely killed many a squirrel with his. So
they get on the bird feeders, and I just grab my son's weapons and we take care of it. It's great.
They never last long on the bird feeders.
And you also make the best mango lassi, not even just at PorcFest, but one of the best I've ever had.
I've heard stories from Max here doing the computery things that even in Germany, when they try to make mango lassis, it's not as good.
Yeah, no, you're doing something right. Yeah.
Mine are vegan, even like no milk.
So what's your crypto take, man? Are you into crypto at all, or you know you're a young guy? Is it interesting to you? Is it something?
It's very interesting. I mean, I have done crypto transactions. I've received, spent, but I haven't like dived really deep into it. But I still use it, and I think it's a great tool for privacy and security, and I mean, just not losing your money on a day-to-day basis because some rich guy thinks it's better to print more money than to invest time and try to get the financial system back on track. But, you know.
So are you speaking on the main stage or maybe next year? Amazing, man. Yeah, so you really get this stuff. Yeah. Wow. So you have friends that understand this stuff as well? Like, are your peers aware of crypto or not really?
I have one friend who knows like this much about crypto. His dad has some ADA. That's it. But like, so I can't really like talk to him about it because he's never transacted.
Yeah, because I mean, what do you think we need to do to onboard the young generation? So get them understand all these things that you just communicated very well, to get like other young people to care about those things. Because that's who we're most concerned about, right? I mean, we lived a pretty decent life, you know, 90s were awesome. I was born in the 80s. It's you guys that are never going to get to experience, and even those times, right, weren't like perfect, but like the pre-internet age, now you guys are entering into this period where nobody has any privacy whatsoever, and everybody's kind of used to that. Like the young generation, they don't even really understand these concepts. Like they don't even understand the concept of cash, right? They're like, oh, they use Venmo, they use credit card, they see their parents using that. They don't see loss of privacy. What do they care? They're like, I could just buy my groceries. I don't care if somebody knows. But how do we get young people to care about that?
Well, I think one of the methods we could use is, especially for everybody homeschooling their kids,
there you go,
and including a curriculum of the history of money and talking about, I don't know, from ancient Egypt all the way to the Romans to the modern day, and teaching kids about what money actually is and how we can make it better and how we can make a better world with our money.
100, man. Amazing. You're homeschooled?
Yep, I'm homeschooled.
Yeah, I mean,
this is my teacher.
That makes a hell of a lot of sense. That's not a New York City public school kid right there. That's how do we break into those kids though, right? Like, it can't just be the homeschool, but like, how do we get this trending among the general young population? Or they're just not.
I don't know. It's, some people are just such a lost cause. Like,
scary, right? Like we could ignore it, but it gets a little scary when you have so many people, like so many sheep out there that are just okay with things. Because yes, we could just opt out, do our own thing, but they start to affect us all.
Yeah, we need to keep building our own community and make a better community. Yeah. And people just naturally progress towards the better community, the better crypto, the better whatever, you know, a better alternative.
100. All right. Well, thanks. Anything you guys want to close out with? Any information you want to get out there? Either of you? Now's the time.
If you're at PorcFest, come get some amazing Indian food at RV65.
Yeah, there you go, brother.
9 to 11.
You have like any Twitter or anything you put out there that you want, or I don't know if your dad wants to put anything out there, if you do, or
we have a Telegram channel.
Okay.
But just if you're on the campground, come pay us a visit. Okay. RV65. There's one thing I wanted to close with because I found this interesting, if you don't mind. The Goldback people didn't really have a tent here this year.
Yeah.
And since they didn't have a tent, they weren't able to. And this is no shade at Gold or Goldback, but it's just an interesting thing because we're a fairly large vendor here. We do lots of transactions.
Yeah.
Goldback is not here to stimulate the Goldback market and pump some of their product into the ecosystem.
Right.
And typically our sales in Goldbacks are about 20% for the past 4 years.
Yeah, that's usually one of the most accepted.
This year, I'd be surprised if we break 2 or 3%.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, and it is very interesting, and I'll share the numbers with you guys after the fact. But yeah, Monero is definitely the most accepted of any alternative currency to the fiat, with maybe Xano coming close to second place. But yeah, the fall off of the physical thing that wasn't here to be pushed into the environment is interesting to see. An incredibly large drop off, and people are still really excited about it and want to use it, but they weren't here to, you know, the benefits of crypto. Again, you don't have to show up and provide the physical stuff.
Yeah,
we show up as interested people, build the community, build connections to one another, and utilize this thing we believe in. And it continues. You know, Monero keeps growing in transaction numbers for our business year after year, and it's really cool.
Yeah, I think the other realization too is that, you know, it can't be easily counterfeited, right? If you get a Monero transaction, you receive it on your cake wallet, you know that's real Monero. Yes, if I give you, you know, $100 gold back, you know, it's not as easy to verify.
Well, I don't feel, if I'm using Monerujo or Cake, there's nothing I'm going to do to try and add extra verification for that. I'm trusting the tools that we're we're
right.
using.
But I'm saying crypto works better in my mind than cash and gold. Like if somebody wanted to give me a briefcase of $1 million, forget the fact that it may be dirty money, but
right.
just to know that it's actually real dollars.
Yep.
There's gonna be some hesitation there. If he sends me $1 million Monero transaction, I know that's with 100% certainty I'm walking away with the actual $1 million in Monero.
Exactly. And we all know that intuitively,
Yeah.
right? In the crypto space, because if you have a stack of $100 bills, the first thing you're inclined to do as a retailer is grab your pen and make sure each one like does the test, whatever the ink test thing
you know,
is.
I think we have gold backs and cash beat in that realm.
Yeah,
as well,
easy enough. But it's interesting. If you're not physically here to pump it, then you know.
That is an interesting. Yeah, that's kind of sad actually, though, because I'm not here.
Is what it is. Go Monero.
All right, guys. Yeah, let me. We'll take it away to the price report, and then we'll have Ross coming up at
1 o'clock,
which is basically an hour from now. So as the price report is wrapping up, we'll try to then stream that, and then my talk will be coming up right after. I got to go finish my slides and get them to the stage,
and then we're going to be doing news after.
And then we'll do news, I guess, after my presentation.
Yeah, Tony's down.
Yeah, we'll just keep going.
Yeah. Also, we have a super chat here. Do you want me to talk?
The stream going.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I just want to show it on screen. Oh wait, you can't see it. Oh no, they can see it. Nihilist tipped 123. Good luck, Doug, on your quest to bring up Monero to Ross. Keep up the good work, man.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Appreciate
that. Appreciate that.
Alrighty. So I'm just gonna run the price report segment.
Let's do it.
And then we'll have Bawdy on. Okay.
Awesome.
The Monerotopia Price Report segment is sponsored by EXOLIX, a privacy-focused, non-custodial instant crypto exchange. Go to exolist.com to enjoy secure and completely anonymous swaps with no KYC or sign-up. Swap between Monero and 2,000 plus assets at the most competitive rates and with no limits. Exolix.com, your fast and secure way to privacy.
All right, we got Bawdy up.
Hey.
Yep, I do.
Hey, man. How's it going?
Good. How you doing, bro?
Good. Sorry for the last minute not knowing whether or not we were going to pull this off. But
no, not at all. I knew it would be this way, so I was just
he's used to the chaos.
Yeah, Bawdy, I'll let you take it away, man, because I'm gonna go be doing some stuff behind the scenes here.
All right. Let me pull up my xmrchat.com/Monero Talk so I can get you guys get all the comments here. Hang on 1 second. Sorry, I guess I'm not as totally prepared as I should be. All right. I think we're ready to go. Let me check StreamYard. All right. Okay, so yeah, let's kick this off. I'm sure that we don't want to be wasting too much time here because you guys got a bunch of guests here and whatnot. So let's start with the Monero price. Basically, we've just kind of been hanging out at the lower part of sort of this like consolidation after the big movement, right? Where we got the 420. Weird how we keep getting to 420 and then everyone sells off or somebody sells off or something happens. I don't know. That seems too coincidental. That sort of happened twice now. We hit 420 on 420, I believe was it 2021? No, it was 2020. I think that we hit 420 on 420. And then it happened again up here. So I don't know. Maybe it's just like a shelling point for price. But let's drop into a smaller time frame here on the 1 hour and see what we can see. It's probably not going to show us much. So basically prices looks like it's kind of got these downward pressures. You'll notice that the orange bands here, the lower standard deviations are basically sloping down and we're kind of just oscillating around that. That's actually not a common thing. I don't really see that too often, but we've got a little bit of price support here, right? So it, kind of like we talked about last week, things are going to be in a holding pattern for some period of time. We've reached some pretty big levels and to expect consolidation across the board, right? Not just Monero, but in general, everything. On the Bitcoin versus Monero price or Monero versus Bitcoin price,
Hey, Bawdy, does look like. Can you hear me for a sec?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. You mentioned we got to get back to talks, but if you can actually carry it to like 1 o'clock, that would be great. Because that.
You want me to do a 50-minute price report, bro?
That's your usual. That's your norm.
No, that's not my norm. That's my norm that's my norm when we start out and we chit chat and
okay,
we ask what brand of coffee you're drinking on and stuff like that. But usually I keep it around 30 minutes.
Okay, all right, do your thing.
Yeah,
we can have news pop up after. Awesome.
What's that?
We could have Tony jump up with the quick news after.
Yeah, hypothetically, if I'm in and out here in 20 minutes, I'm sure you could get Tony in here.
Yeah,
and
we'll
get
do that.
30 minutes.
Awesome. No worries.
So we'll see how it goes. If I run slightly longer, then maybe we'll just like take some questions and do some dubious speculation and a bunch of other stuff. Or if not, we can get Tony up here.
Awesome, brother. Go ahead, do your thing.
Alrighty, so yeah, we've got like I said, the XMR BTC price here. We're looking at what should be some kind of support. Normally, you would expect this to be a little bit of support there. Like I tell you guys, I don't really trade Monero. I know that my emotions get in the way, and also in a lot of cases, I don't see the wave magic on Monero performing quite as good as I see it perform on other assets. I think there's probably reasons for that. Let me see. I feel like I'm hearing some kind of noise in the background. I don't know if that's someone without a mute on. Maybe it's just something happening in my head. But anyways, if anyone out there has not put their mute on fully, Doug, maybe check your mute. Okay, onward we go. Let's see here. Yeah, XMR versus gold hasn't really done anything. XMR versus ETH. I know a lot of you guys hate ETH, so let's celebrate our gains here against Ethereum for the past. I don't know. It's really been all year long, right? We bottomed here with the Binance delisting 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, and then have basically been making a comeback and really even beating the wave magic levels pretty handily. And in a lot of ways that makes sense. Ethereum has just not been performing. It's been getting crushed by Bitcoin. Pretty much all altcoins have been getting crushed by Bitcoin. So yeah, definitely see Monero having potential here to continue performing versus Ethereum going into the future. Let's take a look now at some of the privacy shalt coins. Starting with Xano. Apparently Xano had some kind of not hacked, but they had some kind of weakness where it wasn't as private as they thought it was. And then people were saying stuff, and Xano was like, no, I don't know if Xano, but some of the people that like Xano were like, no, that's FUD, it's not true. But it's like, yeah, okay, but of course you're going to say that. So it does look like, regardless of what the truth of the matter is, Xano has taken a hit here in the past week on that news. At this moment, it does look a little bit dubious to be making a recovery here. Probably looks like it's going to be going for those lower standard deviation areas. I know I said that I wouldn't tell you anything. I wouldn't be the reason my price moves for Xano, but at this point, I'm not the reason my price moved for Xano. It fell off of the news cycle, off of perhaps its own privacy weaknesses. I don't know. Maybe they'll have to come on and defend their coin from my vicious lies. Perhaps, I don't know. It's not a lie, bro, if you believe it. I don't know what to believe. All right, Firo doing nothing, consolidating. Pirate Chain doing nothing, consolidating. Again, we've talked about Pirate having like kind of these structural problems. What are you going to do? Probably Pirate Chain at some point is going to come down here and visit this guy. We won't get into the exact, we won't drop into the lower time frame, but probably expect something like that. Maybe some consolidation. I don't expect Pirate Chain really to perform. If by some miracle the liquidity just shows up into the macro, then okay, maybe Pirate Chain can pump eventually, but probably only after the rest of crypto has pumped. All right, that's enough for Zcash. Yeah, Zcash kind of actually obeying the wave magic at the moment. You'll notice that it came up here, topped out at the top of the standard deviation bands. Very classic kind of action. You definitely expect that to be a resistance point. You don't necessarily know if it's got to go back down here, right? Maybe you could just do this and consolidate, do that, right? But it's Zcash we're talking about, right? Not the NASDAQ. So yeah, I wouldn't have expected too much from Zcash there other than to pull back. Let's go to Bitcoin. Actually, I was looking at BCH this morning because it is on one of the top performers for the altcoin. So you can see BCH in Lime over here, Bcash, showing everyone how price gains are done. And then I thought, well, let's look at it. Maybe it is really price performing. And the truth is not really. Like, it is doing a very long consolidation pattern, right? So for all the Bcash bros out there, I know there's probably a few of them at PorcFest, but we've got effectively lower highs, higher lows, right? So this thing is kind of doing this little bit of consolidation here. And maybe I would expect that to continue. It's very difficult for me to think that Bcash is just going to be like right, going to the moon here. It's difficult to see that as a reality for the coin. But you know, who knows? It's crypto, it can do whatever. Maybe someone decides it's time to pump Zcash, but Bcash, excuse me. But realistically speaking, you know, we're probably looking at some kind of like capping action followed by, you know, continued consolidation on this coin. That would be the pattern, and I wouldn't expect that necessarily to break until some larger break happens. Bitcoin right now is actually, the price action starting to worry me. So we talked about, hey, we really, you know, this level right here, this lower standard deviation level, that's important. This needs to get held. You kind of want to spend your time consolidating in between these levels here, not consolidating below it. That's not good price action. That doesn't actually spell very good things for Bitcoin price necessarily. At the same time, it's sometimes, you know, fuckery can happen over some concerted period of time. Some kind of washout maybe needs to happen before it can go up. That can happen. That can be the case, I suppose. I don't really, again, I still just don't like it because it's the same pattern over and over again. Slightly higher high, slightly higher high. Oh, look, this is the time we're going to break out to the, no, well, okay, I guess we better consolidate. Well, maybe it's going to fall. Like, it's so much fuckery, guys. Like, it feels like fuckery. Okay. Yeah, I'm speculating, sure. Whatever. Everyone's got to speculate and think about, you know, kind of their own market paradigm, if you will. But it's just, okay. I mean, like, this isn't terrible. Like, in the big scheme of things, you can see, hey, that's still just consolidation, but it is the same pattern, just repeatedly, just over and over and over again, right? You make a barely new all-time high, and then you bleed out for a long period of time, and then you make a slightly high, well, in this case, actually, it was a significant higher high, but then, you know, it's the same thing. Previous bull markets haven't been like that. Previous bull markets have hit the levels, done some consolidation, and pumped. Right. And then done some more consolidation, had some volatility, and then pumped again. And realistically, that's just not what's happening now. And it seems like this whole notion of, hey, let's set a slightly higher all-time high, and then use that as liquidity against plebs, right? Expecting to go even higher. Instead, they unload their bags, right? That seems like that started in 2021, and it seems like a pattern that hasn't stopped. So that's I guess unsurprising. Maybe in hindsight, maybe not something you would have predicted in advance, but that just seems to be the reality that we have to deal with here. All right, we're looking at total 3, but actually what I wanted to do is take a look at total, because it does seem to me that, you know, maybe there's a little bit of stealing from Bitcoin to pump some altcoins. Maybe the total crypto market cap is showing better signs. And in a way it is, right? In a way, we're showing that total actually has been making higher highs, not in a barely fashion, but, you know, in kind of a reasonable fashion. So, for example, the higher high that was made from the 2021 bull market, that's 24%, right? So at the moment, the total crypto market cap definitely looks like it's showing just a little bit more strength here. So perhaps that's, you know, perhaps the Bitcoin woes at the moment aren't really a big problem, and the total crypto market cap is essentially just going to continue perhaps doing something like this. So that's kind of where I was like, you know, I was like, hey, this isn't good price action, but let me preface that by saying, yeah, but it's crypto and it can be scammy as fuck, right? It's markets. Actually, markets are just scammy as fuck, can be scammy. So yeah, I mean, I really don't like that things have broken down here below the lower standard deviation lines right there, and the upper standard deviation level support. That kind of implies the significant potential to come down to these levels right there and try and find some support again. Cue all of the degenerate maxi motherfuckers that will be like, they're just printing fake Bitcoin. Like, no, they're not, bro. No, they're not. They don't need to. They have a massive complex of exchanges and centralized supply. In fact, you should be happy that they've decided not to sell their bags faster than they do. And they've decided to keep Bitcoin hanging out here at 100,000. They're actually responsible whales, responsible bag holders, but they don't need to print Bitcoin to sell down the price. They just have to sell the massively centralized supply of Bitcoin that they have. That's the reality. Fuck you if you disagree. You're wrong. Sorry, that's just the truth. All right, let's move on to the macro here. So dollar index not doing anything too much. It seems like it still like wants to meander down here to this level. It could take its time. I don't care, whatever. But dollar index falling probably does indicate a little bit more continued support for the markets in general. As we talked about last week, oil Oil has been oil has made a recovery, obviously, because of there's the whole war with Iran happening now and bombing going on, etc. And the question, there's the worry that are they gonna put underwater sea mines in the Straits of Hormuz and shut down a significant portion of the Middle East oil shipping. It could happen. It seems like if they haven't done it yet, they're probably not going to do it unless things go to some really, truly massive escalation. Because if they do that, that's a straight one-way ticket to the entire West getting involved and the United States getting involved. And they probably don't want that. They probably want to limit what's going on as much as possible while still not appearing weak. It's crazy. One thing interesting in Monero, we've got the Hitler Youth on the one side, and it does seem like we have the pro-Israel contingent on the other side. And so I kind of, we had the argument with the Hitler Youth a month ago, and they're all salty, whatever. Some of them are all right. Like it's they mean well. They just like, I notice the same patterns that they do. I just don't come to hardcore anti-Semitic conclusions. And on the other side, like those that support Israel, like the Israeli government is literally a terrorist state. Like they've committed genocide, and they literally support terrorism and commit terrorism. So it's like, can we please just stop identifying ourselves with either Hitler or states like Israel or even states like the government? You are not your government. Write that down. You are not your government. Okay, make that your mantra even. Okay, so oil is probably going to remain actually in this area for a period of time, which believe it or not, does actually spell reasonable aid and assistance in supporting the stock market prices, at least for now. This whole macro crash thing we talked about, it's on hold for now. The trial for the Trump tariffs will happen in July. The markets are hopium. I think they've actually front run the hopium as much as they can. And at the moment, things are going to consolidate in the stock market, but we'll take a look at that in a second. Oil very likely is going to remain in this range right there. I don't see it breaking down again here anytime soon. Something else is going to have to shift with the macro. And I say that like, okay, listen, on a steady state course here, probably the oil price is going to stay in this area on a steady state course, right? The world seems to be like having some crazy shit going on. So if some new crazy shit just happens, right? Like, okay, well, if the war expands, if we go into World War III, not just proxy World War III, but actual World War III, right? That could have some effect on the markets, and everything I say could be like totally out the window. So just keep that context in mind. I would hope that all of you listeners out there by now would understand that. But if not, I also can understand why you might not understand that, because how are you going to keep up with all of it all the time? It changes so fast, especially my opinions on the market. Let's see here. I think we have an XMR chat. I'll wait a second to see if that ends up getting put on the big screen. Hang on a second. Let me do a little thing so I can monitor that. Okay. So if that XMR chat ends up hitting the big screen, Doug, let me know, and then I'll read it out. Otherwise, we'll continue on here. Okay, or we'll just wait till the end of the price report to do it. Okay, so stock markets are consolidating, just kind of like we talked about. They hit the big area that you would expect them to hit. So again, we talk about these standard deviations. They are magic. I call it wave magic. It is pure magic. I made magic. That right there was the spot, right? That was where we talked about. That's exactly where you expect to need some consolidation on the price. It's the stock market, so this thing can consolidate and then go higher, right? You have to adjust your bias, which is like, chart interpretation requires understanding the market you're looking at. And so it's not just pure statistical levels. You have to interpret what those mean in the context of how the chart behaves. And then you get into actual wizardry and people telling you that you're just making shit up. Everything is made up, bro. So NASDAQ is consolidating. S&P also doing the same thing, consolidating here at exactly the levels we kind of expected. So I would, I said upward bias last week, but maybe not, right? Like maybe it's just consolidation here. At least for Bitcoin at the moment, there is some danger of breaking down that didn't seem to exist. A minor breakdown. I'm not talking like, back to 60K or something, but there is a potential for some breakdown there to happen. So stocks also consolidating. I would be less worried about stocks, honestly. You've got the defense sectors now giddy with the anticipation of getting more federal money, not just federal money, but even more federal money. NVIDIA is not a bubble. We talked about this like literally a year ago. Look, NVIDIA is not a bubble. It's a defense stock now, guys. So And this vertical line here is when I said NVIDIA is not a bubble, and I took much flack for it, but overall have proven to be right. Just because something goes up exponentially doesn't mean it's a bubble. Get that idea out of your head. It's a heuristic, but you have to understand the difference between heuristics and actual, like, the hardcore reasons, for stuff. When it comes to code and like blockchains and all the stuff, and I look at a lot of heuristics, right? Because that's a lot of code in cryptography that I don't understand to go review. So I can only look at it in heuristics. But in doing so, I always stop and say, yeah, that's just a heuristic, but I could be wrong. That's not real, true knowledge. It's just a way of approximating knowledge. And so you can do the same thing in markets, right? The heuristic is when something pumps exponentially, it's a bubble, right? But that's, again, it's not always true. And understanding the underlying reasons why NVIDIA wasn't a bubble was important there. Yet I digress. Maybe not necessary to NVIDIA rant at the moment, but oh well. We had some inflation numbers that popped out last 2 weeks ago, actually. You can see nothing's changed. Doesn't matter. Inflation is basically back to where they want it. Maybe slightly hot, but really, like, the only thing that's hot is the core inflation. But it's like, it's not even hot. It's just kind of warm, right? It's not even really hot. So the Federal Reserve had a meeting last week, and they left rates unchanged. Jay Powell decided to keep everything as it is. He says, listen, if things go south, if the world goes to shit and we have another whatever happens, we've got sufficiently restrictive monetary policy that we can tighten policy as necessary to support unemployment or support employment and meet the target inflation goals, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you always have to translate out of the lawyer speak. But he basically says, listen, don't worry, if shit crashes, we can drop the rates, and we can print more money, and we can expand the balance sheet. So chill out, you'll fearful cult out there. I was looking at the rates though this morning and saying to myself, what's interesting? From the moment that we broke down until today, it's been about 38 bars, right? That's 38 weeks. I say broke down, but we didn't really break down, right? They just, they flat topped. It's the same thing. You can see the exact same pattern over and over again. There's got to be a fundamental reason for it, right? Like, this isn't just happens to be how things are running. They do this on purpose. So anyway, so the market marches up, you get a flat top, it comes down, and then you get a financial crisis. And then that happened in 2008. Rates are rising into a rising market, you flat top, and then rates start crashing, and or they start dropping the rates, and then you get a financial crisis. Same thing that happened in the .com. What is interesting that I was looking at this morning is that it's actually been 38 weeks from that moment. And if you look at the last time, right, the C word, that took about 29 weeks. 28 weeks maybe until the economy caught that cold, and then they had to drop the rates. And then if you look at it over here from the 2008 crisis, between the actual like acute crisis was about 56 bars, right? So we are still in this window. Like, just not like, okay, the financial macro crash, it's on hold for now, guys. Like, don't trouble yourselves. Don't worry your pretty little head about us crashing into the macro crash tomorrow. I'm not saying it can't happen. Anything can happen, obviously. I'm just saying that for the moment, it looks like things are on hold. Markets want to go up. They want to go higher. They want to believe the Trump tariffs will get struck down in July. So there's a good chance that markets just sort of hang on here. Maybe with some volatility, maybe Bitcoin has to revisit some lower levels, and we have to suffer the people talking about the paper Bitcoin that doesn't exist when the real paper was Monero all along. No, the real paper against the price was Monero all along. So anyways, if we measure what we said, was that 58 bars? Let's go back here and measure this again. Yeah, 58, 60 bars. Yeah, that's about right. So if we measure, let's just say 60 bars right into the future here. That would put us at November, right? October, November. Right. And we have the classic, global financial crisis that always seems to happen in the fall for some reason. Although it happened in March the last time, but that was also because they invented a disease or whatever. But in this case, we are still in that danger zone, guys. Like, don't think that we have left the danger zone yet. Just, put it on hold for a moment. But yeah, don't expect much from price, guys. Like, there's nothing exciting that's going to happen with price that I can see, like, on hardly any chart at this moment, whether it's stocks, crypto, I don't know, bonds. maybe you could find some Forex trades. Oops, I've had that open the entire time there. Yeah, maybe. So anyways, Monero hash rate actually is taking a little bit tick to the top side, which is nice. So maybe this is consolidating here at 5 gigas, and then we'll soon go to even higher gigas than that, like 6 to 10 to 20, 100, etc. The Monero transactions are still hanging on just above 20K. All right. That's where we are with the transactions. That has been about a 20-minute price report, Mr. Doug. We have a super chat if you want to come back on. Doug, and you can get Tony on the news, and I think you guys could squeeze that in. I honestly don't have that much more to say here about price. I would struggle to fill 30 more minutes without just going on long rants. I think Doug might have disappeared, and I think I might have to go on some long rants. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get the XMR chat that SLGO tipped 4 cents. He asks, what is a good margin rate percentage to invest in crypto for it to be worth it? A good margin rate percentage. Bro, I don't even know what you mean by that. Usually when you're talking about margin, yeah, there's the chat. Usually when you're talking about margin percentage, you're talking about buying on leverage, right? Or buying a futures contract. So usually those interest rates should match something pretty close to the, to the Federal Reserve interest rate, to the overnight lending rate. It should match overall what rates look like in general, right? What bond rates look like in general. Probably, obviously, it's going to be a little bit higher than that because, they're going to take their pound of flesh if you're going to try and leverage trade on margin. But yeah, honestly, man, I'm not totally sure. Yeah, I'm not totally sure. Just buy the coin. Just buy the coin and put it in your pocket, in your wallet, in your digital pocket, and be happy, right? Like, there's no need to complicate it any further than that. Just get on the market, go to PorcFest, find some bros who want to sell you Monero, and call it a day. Write down your seed phrase, right? Put it in your mama's house. Other than that, yeah, I don't think we have any other super chats, any other chats here. So, Doug, if you wanna come back on and do the news with Tony, I think I'm all finished here. Cue the Jeopardy song. Nope. All right.
Hey, sorry, I'm gonna try to get a hold of him. Just bear with me.
I can't. He just didn't believe me. I told him I could be in and
I
out.
know. I hear you. Let me I'll hold on 1 second.
Well, that's fine. I can pull up some other stuff, and we can look at some other things.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, I'll just be here chit chatting to the audience whenever you guys want to come back.
Okay, I'll try to get a hold of Doug because I told Tony he'll do it 3 because I don't want to cut him short. So let me go get Doug. Yeah, because we have Ross coming on at 1.
I mean, hell, he could even get another guest on stage if he wanted to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So give me like a few minutes and I'll try to get a hold of him. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so we're looking here at Minotari. They've had quite the fallout. Let's go to a shorter time frame, maybe 7 days. Maybe this is the time to stack some bags if you wanted to pay some of those Tari miners, or AKA the Monero miners. But yeah, Tari really, like, it came out strong, and then it's sort of fallen off here, and it's kind of fallen off with the hash rate. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's something there. Maybe someone, I don't know, whatever. Let's see. I was also looking at that whole cubic thing. Let me grab a couple links here and drop them. All right, so we go to some mining pool stats, and let's see if we can find cubic. Cubic is currently number 35. It says 0 hash rate. I don't think that's right, because I pulled this up earlier and it was like maybe 180 or 200. And if we go to their website, they tell us right now, they say that they're running 345 mega hashes. Okay. Earlier this had changed, like this was like 200 earlier. So I guess it just kind of oscillates. They don't do like a moving average, or if they do, it's a very short span moving average. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, what is that? Less than 10%. Sure. So far, not a problem. I actually did try to follow their links here, and they said something about like doing real compute for real stuff. And then they were just terribly non-specific about everything. Like they had some sort of like mapping about how they send requests to, or people send requests to do work, and then you like find some hashes, and I don't. Honestly, none of it made that much sense to me. They weren't specific about anything. It didn't really inspire confidence that they have anything, that anything's going on there. So anyways, if we come back to the mining, right now it looks like Petapool is doing about 200 mega hashes. Yeah, I mean, that's not very high. That's like, if I'm doing the math right, that looks to me about 5%. So is Petapool back down to 5%? And does that have anything to do with the hash rate, right? With the hash rate that had gone up here significantly. Maybe this was all P to pool effectively, and then came back down again. Maybe some of the problems with Tari and the merge mining implementation. You know, I mean, it's like when you had so much of a pre-mine, maybe people are like, well, it's so heavily pre-mined. Do I really want to spend all my time mining it? You know, am I really that excited about it now? You know, and maybe that was a bit of a design flaw, honestly. I understand why they did it, but heavy pre-mines are just not my bag, guys. Like personally, they're just not my bag. And sure, I'm glad to see that a private smart contracts platform has hit the scene, but and it does seem like they put a lot of thought and a lot of work into it. And for a moment there, it seemed like our hash rate was going up as a result. But now it's like, how much has that contributed to the hash rate, right? Maybe that's contributed about 10% to the hash rate overall over the past, let's just say, month. But I haven't seen it like overall. This doesn't look like it has significantly contributed to the hash rate. 10%. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's significant, but you know, it hasn't taken our hash rate, you know, and kept us here at 6 gigas and, you know, continuing to go on up. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess we just got to wait and see on that one. I think it's interesting. We still have support XMR sitting here at like 40% of the hash rate. So that's all right. I guess that is what it is. You know, what are you going to do? I don't understand why there aren't more botnets mining on P2 pool. So all of you botnet listeners out there, please, you know, switch over to P2 pool. Obviously they're not, you know, for all we know, it's the Fed boys running botnets mining Monero so that they can sell it on the open market. You know, like that's actually, you know, so the one thing that Cubic brought up that I do think was interesting, a topic that they brought up, not because of Cubic necessarily, but the notion that, you know, they're just going to mine with the intention of selling all of their mining, everything that they mine on the open market to suppress Monero's price. I think that's reasonable. I think like that's a genuine attack vector into Monero's price. And I think it's something that we've seen. My assumption is that's how Binance ultimately covered their shortfall over the course of many years. They made some kind of scumbag deal with crap. It escapes me now. The mining pool that shut down their own. You couldn't withdraw in Monero. NiceHash. They probably made some deal with NiceHash. They probably made some deal with other miners. They probably like have some underground deals with Fed boys, and maybe the hash rate is partially Fed boys out there, and they help Binance cover some consortium of nefarious scumbags. Probably, you know, decided, hey, let's spend the money to mine, and we'll just consider that a business cost that we have to pay for suppressing Monero visibility during the major bull market of 2021, and then. You know, and then trying to keep the price suppressed. So it's very, very possible, guys, that we are dealing with like true like price suppression in ways that go beyond just fractional reserve, right? In fact, that at the moment, I wouldn't look at fractional reserve as the major component against price suppression. I think that ran its course, and I think they had to pay for that the long term by mining slowly, and then slowly meeting their withdrawals until they could just remove it from the exchange. And then obviously removing from the exchanges was its own price hit, right? It was its own method of trying to suppress the price. And maybe they've got a couple more up their sleeve, but the biggest ones are gone now, right? Like Binance is gone. So yeah, I mean, we hear all the complaints from the Bitcoiners about fractional reserve Bitcoin, and it's like, no, that's not how that's going. And to elaborate on that even a little bit more, the simple fact is that half the original coins are lost, right? The old OG straight up, you know, I mined them on my CPU, on my laptop, I mined them on my GPU. Those coins, half of them are gone. They're lost. They're never coming back. And then what happened is the ASICs came out, and those guys knew how to not lose their coins, and they massively centralized the supply. They started ASIC mining, you know, in 2013, I believe it was. And effectively there was only one player for the longest time, and it's Bitmain. It's all Bitmain. It's always been Bitmain. Even now, 80% of the pools have shown that they are basically just a Bitmain template, right? So the supply of Bitcoin is heavily centralized, and they have done a very good job of not dumping their bags too much on the market and deciding at the moments to support price. And they've done that hand in hand since 2017 with big finance bros and a growing consortium of big finance bros. You know, starting with Jamie Dimon, right? That was the 2017 top. Yes, they began the tether mechanism as well to pump the price, to leverage price up. That was one of the ways they got the price up, and then they just dumped their bags at the top. But they always like try and like set supports on the price. But the point is that the ASIC consortium, really the ASIC oligopoly, that was the impetus for the creation of the massive exchange complex that we see now. And they are a very tight-knit, narrow group, at least where all the liquidity lives, right? We're talking Coinbase, we're talking all these other guys. Was it Bitmain that started Coinbase? No, but there's a consortium of people that started these exchanges so that they could unload these massive bags and that they could do things like price manipulations to try and maximize their yield here. So they don't need to print paper Bitcoin. They're good for it. There's, sure, there's buying happening on the stock market, right? And all the BlackRock and Valkyrie and all the other guys doing the ETFs. But there's absolutely more than enough Bitcoin to unload, and that's what's happening. They're unloading those bags onto the stock market now, onto the newest plebs, right? Basically the boomers that are now see Bitcoin as safe. So, anyways, I think I hear Doug.
Bawdy.
Hey, I think I hear you guys now.
Oh yeah.
I'm just not seeing you on the screen here. So
yeah, no, I'm hold on one second. So what we're gonna do, like when you're done, when you're done doing your thing.
Oh, I'm done.
You're done. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, poor guy's like he's talking. If you want, so we're just gonna have my screen just showing and just the banner on the bottom, just letting people know if they want to stay tuned. At 1 o'clock, we'll be streaming Ross Ulbricht's live talk. So that's what I'm just going to do right now with the banner on the bottom and music in the background. We'll be back on in 20 minutes. Unless, Doug is unable to come on and talk because he's working on his presentation, which is at 2 p.m. So there's a lot going on. Okay. So if you're done.
I'm here.
I'm sorry?
I'm here.
Who's here?
I wanted to ask you a thing, Bawdy, about the.
Oh, sure, go for it. Sorry, Bawdy, you have a question.
Yeah, but our mic was muted, and whatever. And I was interested in did we see PorcFest in the transactions, in the amount of transactions, going up maybe during the week of PorcFest?
No, we haven't. At least it doesn't look like it. So hypothetically, I'd say Sunita could pull the. Put my charts up again, but that's fine. No, it's fine. I could just speak about it. Yeah, we were at 24,000 transactions per day on June 16th. So I guess that would have been on Thursday maybe. And then we've kind of been slowly dropping off. And currently yesterday we had, it looks like about 20,000 transactions. And currently about 21,000 transactions. And today we're sitting here at about 20,000.6. So yeah, it hasn't really jumped up with PorcFest.
Oh, okay. Because that's what I would have expected to a certain degree, because you can buy anything with Monero here, and it's the most used besides cash, but I guess it's still not enough to really make a difference. So I was wondering where are then it seems like Monero gets used all around the world to a certain degree, because if PorcFest doesn't make a noticeable difference, then it's quite a lot, it seems like.
Yeah, I would agree. You've got
it's the viewers on.
You've got a lot of people buying.
Sorry.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. You've got a lot of people buying gift cards, and a lot of people just moving money. A lot of people making trades, trying to chain hop for privacy, stuff like that. So I guess we just have to assume that's more of the bulk of what's happening there than PorcFest. I mean, how many people would you say are at PorcFest? Maybe 2,000, 3,000? Is that about right?
Yeah, probably maybe 2,000. I don't have any numbers yet, but 2 years ago it was 3,300, but that was the Kennedy year, and from there on it was slowly declining again. It's cycles with PorcFest visitors. So I don't know, maybe 2K or something. In a week I can give better numbers or something.
So if we think, okay, maybe maybe 20% are kids. So maybe there's 1,800 people there. Maybe, half the transactions are being done for either cash or maybe gold backs or something. Maybe there's some barter going on. So maybe only 500 people a day are doing a Monero transaction at PorcFest, beyond what they would have done in a normal day. So maybe 500 or maybe PorcFest accounts for say 500 or 1,000 Monero transactions per day as a total, complete wag, right? Just a complete estimate. But so maybe there's a small effect happening there.
Yeah, and about Tauri, like the 10% hash rate increase. I would guess, like, as you can't really like do much with Tauri yet, it might pick up like when they actually have like a use case and it like the project itself gets bigger and more relevant. Then we might see a steeper increase in like hash rate, because like Monero has an increase in price and in like popularity, and then also now Tauri is like adding to it, and then maybe DarkFi down the line as well. So like the increase in hash rate might like on a longer time scale increase as those projects maybe hopefully increase their value overall, like not on a price sense, but just in popularity and what you can do with it, or like use cases.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's, if you release a contracts platform that has no contracts, it's like, well, why is the reason that anyone's going to go use it at the particular moment? So yeah, maybe there's still some development that needs to be done, some things that need to be hammered out, and that makes sense. Perhaps in the future they can get they can get their crypto kitties or or something like that going, or who knows, even stable coins or some algorithmic attempt at a stable coin, and some different stuff, right? So once they can have at least some small kind of ecosystem on there, perhaps they can generate some kind of attention and volume and usage that naturally then drives up the hash rate just out of the natural dynamics of the market. I hope so. I really would like to see that, and especially I would like to see DarkFi 100%.
Yeah, DarkFi like sounds like more interesting to me, to be honest. But I mean, they are also like, that's a bonus. Like they are fully merge mined with Monero, so I don't know.
It does sound, yeah, exactly. Fully merge mine with Monero, no pre-mine, or if it's a pre-mine, it's something really small, like 3% or 5%. I can never remember if they even have a pre-mine planned. But it does look like they're also developing inherent use cases. Like, so they have a messaging app that goes along with DarkFi. So they're developing a messaging app, and it sounds like it seems like they're probably going to have, like, they're going to launch with at least a few contracts already built. So hopefully, like, one of the things that often, once you develop an underlying protocol, you need a template. Like Ethereum needed its ERC20, right? And that's kind of like, you need not just the protocol, but you need a standard for how to use the protocol in a way that's, like, I don't know, proper, canonical, or whatever, kind of technical words you want to insert there. But, usually you want some kind of standard that people can copy. It makes it easier for people to create something that's not just like totally off the wall or out to lunch, and like sort of gives a natural ability to start growing that ecosystem. So yeah, I have much higher hopes for DarkFi, honestly, than Tauri. Not that I don't appreciate, Rick doing what he can to contribute to the Monero mining ecosystem.
Yeah, true. By the way, did you already like answer the question from Elias? He was like typing in the private chat that he has a question for you, Bawdy. Does the Monero hash rate seem to follow the price at all, or not? Hash rate should follow price if miners are rational? Question mark.
I don't think I've seen it follow the price. That would actually be a good analysis to, maybe we could maybe let me pull this to a separate window. And no, that's not going to work because I don't think so, but I could be wrong. I haven't ever really looked at it. Let me just give it a quick anecdotal look for the past. Let's just go 3 years, and then we'll go back to the Monero price. What are we on the 1 hour? Let's go to the daily. Let's clear the wave magic. So over here on the hash rate, that's July 2022. So over here, let's scroll this to July of 2022. It's right about there. Make sure, one more check. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. Now that you mention it, that actually does look like it has maybe a little bit of correlation there. Maybe it's not a lot, but it does seem to have something there. So yeah, probably a real statistical analysis would be in order, but it anecdotally, just with your eyeballs, kind of looks that way.
I think for the moment it's good enough.
Yeah. Without trying to Elias. Okay, yeah. So I didn't see that one. Yeah. Actually, usually I put that one at the top. Yeah, thanks for jumping on, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
Good, solid questions.
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah.
Anything else?
I think that was on my mind. We have like 10 more minutes
You got
left.
any rants? You know, you
No
got
worries.
any
I mean,
rants,
like I said, if
anything
you
that
guys want
the
to keep
audience
talking,
has to know?
sorry.
Yeah.
What's up?
Sorry,
Zay, do you have any rants? Do you have anything that the audience like just absolutely should know?
Oh, on top of my head, I don't want to shit on any project.
Okay.
But like a thing that came up a few times here in like some discussions I had with like there are some very like OG Bitcoiners here, and I have like big respect for some of them because they are like very into like the privacy aspect of Bitcoin, and like know what they are doing mostly by peer-to-peer and so on and so forth. But just like I don't know, even on the libertarians, I feel like it's not like our the people that came before us, the generations, they like literally like went to wars and fought for their freedom, and today they are like if you, I don't know, need to like use Monero instead of like a more transparent chain and to not like appeal to the like state and its regulations, like that's even like too hot for a lot of people. And I feel like it's like a little, I don't know, like you have to like risk Monero not being like completely private, and can you like that it can you protect you 100% from the state, or like is completely untraceable, but just like a little bit of risk to like bring forward this like goal of getting back the monetary system from the elites back into our hands. So that's like something that all like had rubbed me the wrong way a few times here. So I don't know, maybe. Yeah.
You mean like as in people are just kind of willing to sacrifice some of those core values in order just like for the number to make the gains effectively?
Yeah, exactly.
They're not willing to risk going into Monero.
Yeah, exactly. Like they are like want maximum fiat gains. I mean, if you like compare, I don't know, like a 10-year or a 5-year horizon with like Monero and Bitcoin, like if I bought, I don't know, 10 years ago, Bitcoin versus Monero, the gain is quite similar, but like for the last bit of gains, you probably should have like bought Bitcoin. But I'm like, okay, I'm willing to trade a little bit of fiat gains for like privacy and real, like the real crypto cypherpunk ethos. I would love to see that from more people.
Yeah, it's something we dealt with for sure for like the past really 4 years now. You have the so many of the laser eyes, their entire argument just centers around, well, we're the biggest, so we're always going to be the biggest, and so we're going to have the most price gains as a result. So there's no reason to be anything else. And also it's amazing money. It's like everything that they said might kind of be true except for that last part. It's like that doesn't mean that it actually works super good for its intended purpose. And yeah, they've got some improvements, but now they have a bunch of JPEGs on chain, and they're kind of like their community starting to be divided about what they're going to do to actually improve scaling, because their primary scaling plan didn't work out. And there's a few like delusional holdouts that want to pretend like it's still working, but it's not. Like Lightning Network just isn't working.
On that note, like one vendor, actually like Daniel, he was earlier on the talk, on the live stream.
Mm-hmm.
He told me last year he had put up a Lightning node, so he could accept Lightning as well, and that mostly worked. But like he tried then to get the setup for this year, and he couldn't like fix his Lightning setup. And then at some point he was like, okay, I don't want to really deal with this anymore. I'm only accepting like Bitcoin on chain instead of also Lightning. And that's like, okay, I mean, we are trying to like use and build like a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. Like the Bitcoin network doesn't really, I don't know, it's not really helping the people easily to fix that. And I have onboarded like a few vendors here which have no technical knowledge, and I just like show them Cake Wallet, write down the seed phrase, give them like a little like rundown of everything, and they are good to go. And I know if they use like Monero, like I told them to, like only buy from people or from like Havino, they're gonna be mostly safe. And with like Bitcoin, it's like, oh well.
Yeah, you have to like it's this weird debate, should you buy your Bitcoin privately and anonymously, or should you buy it on Coinbase? If you buy it on Coinbase, at least you have clean coins. And but then you can't do what you want with your coin, because sometimes they see what you do and then they're like, that's naughty user, you're not allowed to buy anything on the dark web or mix your coins, etc. But if you buy private coins, for all you know, they were just recycled from some hack, and now you're in possession of effectively stolen, it's not property, but the law has actually been very murky on whether or not it is or is not property, and whether it technically is legally not fungible. And so yeah, then you end up in the situation like, well, should I use my dirty coins or my questionable coins, or should I use my clean coins? And never the twain shall meet. It's like, just the fact to even ask that question is retarded. Imagine, like, you can't explain that to a normie. Normies don't understand that, or they do, but they don't understand what to do with that. Like, what do you tell me? Just tell me what to do, bro. Like, well, I don't know. You've got to make sure that you keep your UTXOs all separated. And it's like, oh my God, like, it's impossible.
Yeah, it's just a hassle. Even like for techie people, I mean, I could probably do it and use Bitcoin somewhat safely or anonymously, but it's such a hassle. Like with Monero, it's very easy if you like stick to the core values, and then you're good to go basically. And I mean, in 6 months, it's going to be hopefully even better. So,
it's funny. What really got me, I wouldn't say all in on Monero, but back in the day when I was like first learning about privacy and Monero and the protocol and Bitcoin and comparing and, doing all the learning about Tor and Unix and all this other stuff, what really got me into Monero, like more than anything, was gaming out UTXOs, gaming out my privacy, gaming out ways that linkages could be made between my various addresses, and like change addresses, etc. on Bitcoin, thinking about, okay, well, I hopped into Monero, then I'll hop out of Monero, and just gaming it all out over the course of, say, a year or two, every time I needed to spend, and then being like, dude, there's no way. I can't protect my privacy on Bitcoin. It's too complex. There's too many like little edge cases that I didn't think of. There's too many times that like this UTXO that I spent here, and now I want to send it to this other entity, but I don't want that entity to be able to, or chain analysis to associate those two things together. So now I have to like move some other sum of money from some other UTXO, and I don't remember which UTXO it was. Okay, now let me just grab from my Monero stack. And I was like, well, that's too much. That's retarded. Like, let me just move everything into Monero, and when I need to spend Bitcoin, I'll just come out of Monero and into Bitcoin to do that spend. But it's too difficult to try and keep things like to have your private Bitcoin stack and then prevent linkages from happening between different spend patterns, across time. That's really like, that's how I personally ended up just mostly in Monero. I was like, I can't protect my privacy in Bitcoin. There's no way. I know I'm going to fuck this up.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe one last anecdote from here. I talked to the guys doing the Satoshi movie, and like Satoshi's like core values or like idea is like very much the cypherpunk idea, I feel like. And
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and they are having like a Kickstarter where you can like donate in dollars, but you can also donate Bitcoin, of course. And I talked them into accepting Monero. So hey, we can fund the Satoshi movie with Monero, and we could even like like an idea I had, just because if you donate enough, you can get like a cameo in the film. And just have like Doug with like a Monero-chan figurine walking around, a Monero hat or something. Just a little like foreshadowing or something. Yeah, maybe you could, I don't know. I hope the movie becomes good. I mean, from what they showed, the teaser, it's already out.
What's the buy-in price for a cameo?
I have no idea. Might be, I don't know, $1,000 or something.
Oh, that's not too bad. We could maybe group fund that or something.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah. Yeah, right. Kuno crowdfund. Oh yeah, it's probably gonna start soon.
Yeah, I just put it on here. You guys can keep talking.
If you want to take a look at the Satoshi thing, it's like Linktree, like linktr.ee and then /satoshi.movie.
Satoshi. I'm actually putting it up right now. Linktree /satoshi.movie. It's not like linktree.com or anything.
Yeah, linktr.ee and then /satoshi.movie.
Pulling it up right now. I mean, we're not. My screen isn't sharing, but I'm just looking at it over here.
I mean,
is that wait? Who's that on the left at the top left? That looks kind of like a very authoritative version of Asian cowboy hat man.
That's one of the actors I think they already picked.
Is he supposed to be playing Jimmy's song? Is that the idea?
It's. Oh, yeah. I think we should switch over to the pavilion. Maybe we come back to the Satoshi movie later.
Yeah, sure. Looks like we got a guitar solo coming on stage. Right on.
I don't know. I mean, can we hear them? Let me see. I didn't even. How's the sound? All right, we got a guitarist.
Hang on, let me plug in my guitar. We can play together.
There you go.
It was a verb. I can see the screen. Nice. Now it's an adjective. And that's great for you.
Thanks, Bawdy, and the guest that jumped on.
Yeah, hey, what's your name, man?
Out of that cage.
Oh, I think he disappeared.
All right.
We all love you.
Yeah, much thanks to the guest. You definitely helped.
Yeah, no, definitely. Thank you, Bawdy, for keeping the stream going.
Yeah, 100%. Thanks to you for being there to keep on point.
Okay, I'm going to teach you the chorus, and we're all going to sing this together. All right, this is how it goes. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's free Ross. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Free Ross. I want to hear everybody singing this. Here we go. Well, is there anywhere on earth where a man can still be free? Will he bear the weight alone? Will he have to bend the knee? Is there no one in this land who grows tired of the game? Whether we pick other stones and build up prisons in our name. There's a story that you've heard before. It's been told in every age of a gentle soul misplaced inside a cage. Whoa, 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 free from lost. An artist and philosopher, and battled by the steel of self-designed to force all men to kneel. But he's patient and determined in his endless duel with time, in a sentence unbefitting of his crime. Will you bend your ear to listen? Will you turn your face to see the injustice staring back at you and me? Whoa. Whoa, whoa, free Ross, whoa, 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 free Ross. He stands in the present. Looking back, he sees the boy he was is gone. And there's no pretending, living day to day in death he carries on. Whoa. like the atmosphere. Free Ross, free Ross. There's a fire inside that burns in you and me, and the truth denied is what will set him free. And the years went by like strangers in a dream, and the reasons why are more than what they seem. Well, I'm awake tonight, and your spirit spoke to me. I can't be polite. We said, Ross, don't break free. Free Ross. Free Ross. Another round of applause for Jordan Page. All right, now I have the privilege to be the person who introduces the person who will introduce our guest of honor today. Yeah, this has been a long time coming, and we're so glad to be joined today by Ross, and his wife, Caroline, and Lynn, and so many faces of so many people who have contributed here at PorcFest and through efforts around the country over the course of the last decade plus to make this moment possible. Thank you to everyone who has here at PorcFest or otherwise been a part of that. I know there have been so many efforts to gather signatures and raise a ruckus. I personally enjoyed confronting Joe Biden about it at one point. And he didn't listen like the current guy did. So Ross, we're so glad to have you and your family here. And one person who's also helped make a difference through her leadership here in the Free State Movement and for helping to produce many years of PorcFest and helping to build a welcome home for Lynn and for the Free Ross movement is the chairman of our board of directors of the Free State Project, who I'd like to welcome to the stage right now, Carla Garrett.
Hi, guys. Oh. Everyone's going to be so impressed I actually wrote a speech. This was my first time ever not winning it at PorcFest. That's how important process. To me, this is a dream come true. I'm sure for many other people as well. So, my friends, porcupines, seekers of truth and liberty, my free staters of New Hampshire. It is with a full and open heart that I welcome you to this historic moment, because today, under these ancient pine trees of New Hampshire, something extraordinary is happening. We are gathered here to witness the return of a man who has become a symbol of principled defiance, of visionary thinking, and of the crushing cost of standing against the empire. Today, we welcome Ross Ulbricht, not as a prisoner, not as a martyr, but as a free man. Ross was sentenced in 2015 to 2 life sentences plus 40 years. No parole for building a website, a peaceful marketplace grounded in the non-aggression principle and voluntary exchange. A website that dared to challenge the state's monopoly on permission. A website that said, you don't need to be afraid to be free. They threw everything at him, but he never gave up. His family never gave up. His mother never gave up. Not only did Lynn never give up, but we never gave up. The Free Staters of New Hampshire never gave up on the law. And then in January this year, with President Trump's return to office, justice was finally done. Ross received a full and unconditional pardon, and he walked out of prison into the sunlight, holding a plant. The image of that picture hit me like lightning, because when I was 10 years old, I was sent to boarding school in apartheid South Africa. On the day I left home, my father gave me a potted plant, a symbol of something to nurture, something alive, something that would outlast the pain of separation. When I immigrated to America at the age of 26, I gave that plant back to him. He planted that plant in his garden when he too immigrated to America many years later. That cycle of planting, growing, handing off, of starting anew, that is what we are doing here. That is what Ross represents. He is the living seed of freedom, rooted in radical love for liberty, passed from hand to hand against time and injustice, and now finally represented on free soil. So please give the warmest, wildest, most thunderous free skater welcome to our brother in liberty, the digital dissident, and the gardener of hope, Ross Ulbricht.
The free organized, now that's the problem. I'm not sure which one is first. I mean, you have that connection unit to the free larger. I want to a lifetime membership from the Pool, which is our oldest and biggest clubhouse in Manchester. We're giving and thrilled to give both you and Lynn lifetime memberships to the club. And a small reminder, because I would be remiss if I didn't say it, please keep all the other crypto hostages and prisoners of war in your heart.
Now, my heart is overflowing right now. There's so much love that I have received today. Yeah. I love you guys. That was such a beautiful moment, and man, it all came full circle. You got to edit those lyrics and say, you know, it was pretty raw. Amazing. It is happening right now. Another highlight from the day, Silk Road path. Got to walk down that thing and like, you guys get it, you know, there it is. Yeah. Carla, Eric, thank you for your remarks. Carla was talking about the plant that I left out of prison with. Who knows about Leif Erikson? Leif Erikson is from here, probably about that tall right now. It's incredible, just thriving. Barely clung to life on the windowsill of my prison cell for many, many months. But y'all liberated me, and I liberated Leif. So we go way back, even though we're meeting for the first time, we go way back because, you know, when I got arrested all those years ago, it just turned my life upside down, and turned my family's life upside down. And, you know, I think a lot of people didn't know what to make of it. You know, there was a lot of slander going on. You know, they try you in the court of public opinion before they try you in the court of law. And so people didn't know things. But my mother knew me. And she got out there and started talking to people. And the most receptive ears that she found were right here in Porcfest.
Yeah, I can do that. I don't like to pause.
Really on, you know, you were our first kernel of support. It started here. It started to grow here. Every time my mom would get back from Porcfest, she would say, oh, I got love bombed again. That meant so much because she needed that, and I needed her. I needed you, and you were there for me. And you've been there for me the whole time, all the way up till now. And somewhere along the way, maybe 2014 or 15 or so, my wonderful wife Caroline showed up. And most of you haven't met her. You know my mom because she's been coming here. She's fearlessly got in front of the cameras, got in front of the spotlight, and started standing for me. When Caroline came in to help, she was behind the scenes. She was crafting the message. She was, she's a project manager by trade, so just organized the whole thing, took it up a level, and just started like really making it like we're fighting back. We're fighting back against this narrative that is keeping me in a cage. And it's the weirdest thing because before I got put in prison, I kind of prided myself on, I don't care what people think of me. I know who I am, and if they don't like me, well, their problem, right? But in prison, what people thought of me was like determining my whole future. I couldn't get out because people thought, well, yeah, maybe he's a bad guy. I've heard some bad stuff. So getting the truth out there, getting the right message out there so that people know who I am made all the difference. But just to bring it back, you guys never abandoned me. You never doubted me. You were there the whole time, like no one else. And I just thank you so much. Thank you. So, who was here at PorcFest 2017? Woo! Regulars, okay. Well, you're going to get a repeat performance, so I apologize in advance. But I brought with me a letter that I wrote you that year. That my mom read for you. I just want to read it again. I feel like it brings everything full circle and just puts it in perspective where I was then when you were supporting me, and now the result of all that support on the stage. Bless you. So this was June 8th, 2017. Hey, PorcFest. Hi there. I got some bad news recently. It looks like the feds want to hold on to me a little more. So I can't be there with you this year again. Mostly, I want you to know that while the ruling was disappointing, just an aside, it's supposed to be a appeal. It's not discouraging. I've not given up on freedom. Sorry, I have used technology in like almost 12 years. Come help me. Okay, so the ruling was a court ruling for my appeal. So it's not discouraging. I've not given up on freedom and hold out hope that the Supreme Court, presidential pardon, or some other legal avenue will right the wrong that's been done to me. Someday, whether it's because I've finally been vindicated or because there's no recourse left, I'll tell my side of the Silk Road story and set the record straight. Your faith in me and all of your support in the meantime is truly inspiring. I draw strength from you daily and find the will to keep fighting. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "It's not events themselves that disturb people, but only their judgments about them." When the appellate court affirmed my conviction, all that actually happened was some men wrote some words down. No one died. The next day was saying, the one before it. Whatever different, and live what life you have to the fullest. So I was back in 2017, and there's something I learned about freedom and liberty while I was in there. Because before I went to prison, before I made Silk Road, my focus was on what I'll call political freedom. Be free people. Is that even if I had all the political freedom that I wanted, and I was truly, truly free, I could still be a prisoner. I could be a prisoner in my mind and in my heart. I wanted out of that cage so bad. There were days when it was just every fiber of my being was like, oh, get me out of here. I can't take another day. Sometimes those days stacked. The next day, it just got worse. Then got broken by it. Just could not accept what happened. And chafed against the shadows, the bars, the lockdowns, the bossy guards, all the rest. Eventually I saw that this is not helping. Resisting what had happened to me was draining me. They took my body, but I was giving them my mind. You understand? Yeah. So I took my mind back. Yes. I said, I get to choose my days. Yes. I'm going to. Even in those circumstances I was in, I had choices. And the more I could get more choices, the more I could decide for myself how things were going to go, the more freedom I had. That's freedom, having those choices. My day is going to be miserable because all I'm looking at is miserable people and gray concrete, and everything's hard, and everything's hot, and everything sucks. That's the only option in front of me. I said no. I said no. Okay. So when I realized, wow, I have this freedom, I wanted to understand things. I understand what gives me this freedom, and what is it that imprisons me in my mind. And the root of it are human condition. And for me, my desire was freedom, physical freedom, political freedom, one of the days, bro. And not getting what I wanted. hitting up against the walls every day was killing me. I was suffering over it. And so, in order to break free from that cage, what I had to do was, and it's going to sound crazy, it's going to sound paradoxical, I had to give up that desire. I had to stop wanting it so bad all the time. There was a moment, I was imprisoned in Tucson, Arizona. Who's been to Tucson, Arizona in July? It's the hottest place on earth. It seemed that way. It gets up to like 115, and it's dry heat, intense sun. But you got to get outside. I mean, it's just one-way track to depression if you don't get outside in prison, and probably anywhere. So I was out there on the rec yard. People running around. I was just sitting there on the bench. And, every reason in the world to desire a change of state. Gosh, it could be cooler. Gosh, I could be with my family. Gosh, those annoying people over there could shut up. Just on and on and on. No end of possible ways that I could complain about my life. And there was this moment that I'll just never forget where I just stopped. I just stopped wanting anything except for what I had. And it was like the most liberating experience I've ever felt. I was so at peace. I felt so happy. I don't know how it's even possible to be back on it, but I was happy just sitting there on that bench, hanging out, feeling the heat, watching the pigeons. The call went out on the intercom, yard recall, yard recall. It's time to go back to the cell. Just sitting there. Didn't even, eventually I was like the last person on the yard. Like, okay, I'll walk back to the cell. And I'm sharing that with you now because, well, first let me point something else out. Because I think that it's so ingrained in us to want more, better, different, achieve. And it's rooted in survival. We need more. We need to secure ourselves. We need. And to hear something like this, I think there's part of us that says, he's crazy. If I stop wanting, if I stop desiring, I'll starve to death. I gotta want food. I gotta want shelter. What's he talking about? I promise you it's gonna be okay. Yeah, you can put that burden down sometimes. And I believe that by discovering this way out of the mental prison of desire, I was actually more effective in bringing about the outcome that I wanted, which is freedom. And I'm not entirely sure how to pinpoint the mechanism, but I think it had something to do with being more likable. When you're just at peace, people, when I'm not pissed off because I'm not getting my way and fighting with my wife or my mom, they're going, he's just such a good guy, he needs to get out. And I see more clearly when my mind is clouded by desires and my attention is pulled in every direction. And I can see, gosh, I need to show people in my life a little more love. I need to be a little more grateful for what I have. I need to, get the attention on myself and see where I can help out with the people around me. And there was no end to people who needed help where I was. So I chose to talk to you about this today because it may be the case that some of you are in the mindset that I was before I created Silver, where I wanted more freedom. I wanted liberty. I felt that I was righteous and that the way the world was wrong. Just wanted a state change. State meaning the state of the world. And I wish that I had hit pause and let go of that for a minute. And gained a little perspective. Because after going to prison, perspective was forced on me. I had to face my mother's tears. I had to look myself in the mirror in that prison cell. Ask myself, dear God, what have I done? I've ruined my life. That is a tough pill to swallow, and I had to swallow it. That was the only way to accept that, in all likelihood, I'll be looking at myself in this mirror and watching the man looking back at me grow old and gray, and eventually sick. And it's just a miracle that it didn't happen. It's a total miracle. And God is love, and the love that you showed me is divine. The outcome is a miracle. The fact that President Trump survived a campaign, that he saw the political capital that was in you and so many others who supported me, that he, unlike so many politicians, was true to his word, almost to the hour. We're working together, and I hope that I can't encapsulate it in words. It's beyond words, but I just hope I was able to give back to you a little bit. I learned that about desire the hard way, and I believe it's universal. I believe that we can all benefit from putting those desires to the side for a moment and just want what you already have. Be grateful for what you have. Take stock in the people around you who love you, and you love. Look at the material abundance that we live in. Prison is it's deprivation. It's deprivation. Put you in a box and give you the bare minimum. So not only did I come back into freedom and abundance, but I'm like 11 years into the future. And I know the world seems crazy right now, but progress has been made, and it's a pretty awesome world that we live in. Again, it doesn't mean, just give up all goals and planning and And desire. Desire is always going to be there. You're not going to lose it. It's going to come back. Just put it down. It's and the benefits of it. Okay, the little time that you spend not straining against reality, you'll gain back in peace and energy and just effectiveness. Thank you for your attention and thank you for freeing me. Love you. God bless you. Well, before you head off, totally, we have a gift for you, and we also have a gift for your mom. Can someone grab the PorcFest wooden thing in the back there and bring it up? First, a gift for you, Ross, because we didn't want to love bomb you too much with everyone swarming you, but a lot of people wanted to say welcome home. Wherever you do land, you know, wherever you and Caroline make your home, I want you to know you always have a home here in the free state of New Hampshire. And many people here at PorcFest this year wrote personal welcome messages to you. We would love you to be able to take that with you and know that, you know, there's a lot of love here for you. And for Lynn, one of our craftsmen and vendors here at PorcFest wanted us to pass this along to you. Lynn, you've been with us at almost every single PorcFest these last decade plus. And if you need, we can ship it to you. I don't know if you need this on the plane. But we would love you to have that to go. Of course, you're always welcome to come back to PorcFest. We always love to have you. Thank you for joining us and welcome home to us. All right, I suppose we're going to be able to take a break for a couple of minutes. So we'll be resuming with our programming here at the main pavilion. So, all right, so some announcements. So we're going to be doing a group photo on the field at 4 o'clock, so be prepared for that. We also have Soapbox Idol tonight, and we moved that to 6. Is that right? I think so. I heard that. 6 o'clock, Soapbox Idol. We've got some great people who have auditioned and signed up for Soapbox Idol. We still have a few slots available. If you have a passionate 3-minute rant you'd like to deliver, celebrity judge this year is Scott Horton. We're also we'll have Aria DiMezzo and Carla Garrett as our judges. Let me know that I want it. And 4:30 here, Jordan Page will be putting on a concert here again. So, and is the Connor Boyack something that is back on now? Or Connor Boyack is reading the colors right now. I think the 40 times. You got a little one and you want to. It's fine.
U.S. Congress endorsed by the Republican Party in Nassau County, New York. And as the first openly pro-Monero candidate, helping to bring financial privacy into the political spotlight that day, he's a professional civil rights attorney, Douglas Tuman. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry.
Hello, hello. All right, guys, people that are still around, come on in. Come learn about Monero. Everybody ran away after the Ross presentation, which is understandable. What's that?
But there's not enough privacy pairs.
There's not enough privacy pairs. All right, we can hit that in Q&A. My name is Doug Tuman. I'm going to be talking about Monero. Guys, come on, try to round some people. Let's get some people in here and learn about Monero today. Yeah, Ross was definitely is a tough act to follow, right? But actually pretty appropriate. Mad respect to Ross. Mad respect to Ross. He has done a tremendous amount for the movement, for growth cryptocurrency. He was really the first crypto entrepreneur. He built the first useful product for cryptocurrency, which happened to be a dark market. Satoshi himself, when he launched Bitcoin, had included some code for potential open and free marketplace. And Ross was the first person to bring that to fruition, for better or worse. Thankfully, for better, eventually, he got out. And here we are, a decade later. And while a lot has seemingly changed, a lot really hasn't changed in terms of actual real adoption. From when Ross was around, growing adoption for peer-to-peer digital cash use cases, there actually hasn't been that much growth in terms of real use, real-world adoption of peer-to-peer digital cash. And so that's what I'm most passionate about. That's what I've been working on. I see Monero as the best tool for being digital cash, but I'll get into it all. I guess I should go through my slides here. So let's go ahead. First slide. Who is Douglas Tuman? All right, this is probably the most boring part of the presentation. I'm a civil engineer, just a nerd. I'm actually an attorney as well, a patent attorney. I ran for U.S. Congress in 2020 as a pro-Monero candidate in Nassau County, New York. It was pretty unique, pretty crazy times. It was when COVID hit. I was one of the first people to actually get COVID in Nassau County. And I quickly came to the realization that it was a scam. It was a scam. I was out on the streets campaigning, trying to get them to reopen Nassau County very early, in early spring 2020. I saw the writing on the wall, I saw where things were going, and I embraced my libertarian values and got the word out. And actually, I did quite well. I was nominated, supported by the local Republicans, and I ran in a primarily Democratic district. This is U.S. Congress. It was the same time George Santos was running. Anybody here ever hear of George Santos? Like, everybody knows George Santos, right? I was running in the district right next to him. We both ran at the same time in 2020. I actually arguably did even a little better in 2020 because I was in a more Democratic district. We both lost. I got like 45% of the vote. He went on to run again in 2022 and he won. I didn't. And that was because I saw how the sausage gets made when I was running for Congress. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort, and you deal with a lot of people who try to influence you, manipulate you before you even get into Congress, before you even get elected. They're there. They see that you're one of the people running. If they see that you have a serious race, I was the nominated Republican. From day one, they are essentially trying to co-opt you, Getting letters from APAC asking me to write essays on various topics. And if I didn't respond, they would just assume that my viewpoint was one way or the other. Things like that. And then just dealing with the local scene. So I kind of got back to my cypherpunk roots, right? I realized that the best way I can make an impact is to just follow through with my cypherpunk idealism, right? And focused on Monero and focused on Monero adoption. The reason I ran in 2020 is because I saw where the puck was headed, and I was worried that they might try to ban Monero. This is in 2020. I was concerned that that might happen. I kind of saw the writing on the wall. And I thought, we need somebody in Congress who's going to be there and who's going to make the right arguments, right? He's going to talk about the importance of a digital cash utility, reasons why that aligns with American values, and try to make that argument that free speech money should be something that everybody in the US of A should have access to, right? That the US government should actually sanction or be okay with people using these tools, just like it should be okay with people using encryption, right? And I thought we needed somebody in Congress, on the floor of Congress, to make those arguments if they were ever going to try to ban it. Not that I'd single-handedly be able to stop it, but at least we have somebody making those arguments. And the reason I thought that is because to date in 2020, there really was nobody stepping up making those arguments as an elected official. In fact, whenever Bitcoin was ever brought up, I'm sure you guys all remember if you were tuning in from the early days, it was ever brought up in Congress, and they said, well, we're worried that people might use this on the dark market. We're worried that it might be used to fund terrorism. We're worried that it could be used for money laundering. The grand response was, well, don't worry, Congressman. Actually, Bitcoin is more traceable than the US dollar, so we're good. In fact, it's basically admitted it's a surveillance tool, guys. So we're all good. And so I thought we needed somebody making the other argument. Long story short, I lost, and then a letter got sent to everybody that donated to my campaign. A letter in the mail. Everybody that donated to my campaign. Somebody went through the effort, finding out. I mean, obviously it's public information, but it takes some work. And they anonymously sent a threat letter. I don't know if you can see it. I can't even read it from here. You're flushing your money down the toilet next time. Google MoneroICYZ and Monero Tuman before basically making a donation to them. And then, it shows a picture of me, a picture of the Monero symbol, ISIS, and it says Doug Tuman supports Monero, which is used by terrorists. And effectively it says, we know you donated for him, and you won't hear from us again if you don't donate for him. If you don't donate to him again in the future, but you will if you do, ... Basically threatening all these people, saying if Doug runs again and you donate, you're going to hear from us. Whatever that means. Is it another letter? Is it something more nefarious? But it's pretty threatening. And not everybody, but I got a lot of text. This is 6 months after I ran and lost. So somebody was trying to prevent me from running again. And I got text message from family members, people that donated, everybody saying, Doug, what is this letter trying to be concerned? And, it just turned into a good Monero conversation, if anything. But just to show you, a little bit about myself and what I'm all about, that is who Doug Tuman is. If these guys can hit the next slide, I'll try to go a little faster now. So how did I get to Monero? I like to say all roads lead to Monero. The first crypto I actually bought, believe it or not, was Dogecoin. Christmas Eve, 2013. Christmas Eve, Dogecoin had just launched. I had heard about Bitcoin. Actually, the first time I really heard about Bitcoin was when they were trying to shut down the Silk Road. I think it was Chuck Schumer, Senator Schumer from New York, was giving a speech. Then they're using this Bitcoin thing on the dark web. I was like, what? And I just assumed it was something that would be shut down. I didn't know Satoshi Nakamoto had solved the Byzantine general's problem. I didn't know they figured out how to actually create a decentralized net. I didn't realize any of that. I just thought it was another attempt at digital, because I had seen, the Liberty Fighters trying to do other things before Bitcoin. So I just assumed it was another failed attempt, that it was centralized. But 2013, Christmas Eve, I was like, you know what? Let me buy some of this Dogecoin. I read an article about it. I'm like, I missed out on the Bitcoin scam. I'm like, I'll just buy $50 worth and I'll turn it into $5,000 worth. I bought it. Next morning, I woke up, Christmas Day, I'm with my family and everything. They're like, what? Like, why the long face? It's Christmas. I'm like, well, I just went on this thing called Reddit, and I sent somebody $50 with PayPal, and they sent me some Dogecoin, and my family's like, what the fuck? They sent me some Dogecoin, and then I woke up this morning to check my wallet, and it was all gone. Because I had them send it to an online wallet. That's like rule number one, right? Not your keys, not your coins, right? And I had them send it to an online wallet where I wasn't actually holding my private key, and they fleeced the entire, like everybody that had an online wallet got fleeced. It was basically everybody's Dogecoin at the time. Wow. And this was after it had first launched. So that was the best 50 I had ever lost. Although if I still had that Doge today, I'd probably be a very wealthy Doge man. But it was the best 50 I lost because it set me down the Bitcoin rabbit hole instantly, that same day. Because I was like, there's no way this technology is so poorly made where somebody can just come steal all of my crypto. I'm like, what is the point of it? So I'm Googling, starting to read about Bitcoin, read the Satoshi white paper. Like I said, I'm like a patent attorney going down that road. So I'm like, oh, here's the white paper. It's kind of like reading a patent. Like, let me sit down, read this thing. Sat down, read the white paper. I was it. I was a Bitcoin next overnight. I like this is amazing. They did something that nobody's ever done before. They created peer-to-peer digital cash. And that's what I was most excited about. But what I eventually realized is that Bitcoin, as designed, in my opinion, does not really live up to being peer-to-peer digital cash. We could go ahead and go to the next slide. So yeah, all right, just want to make sure I'm not skipping anything. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't until I actually started using Bitcoin and that I realized it wasn't peer-to-peer digital cash, pretty much like right off the bat. This is like early in my Bitcoin time, right? Like whatever, 2014, 2015. I'm just like, let me go buy something. I found a place where I could spend some Bitcoin, send some Bitcoin, and then I went on the Block Explorer to go make sure my Bitcoin went through. Like, oh, I gotta make sure it went through. And as I'm looking at it, I'm realizing, wait, if I could look at this Block Explorer, anybody can look at it. As I'm sending my friends Bitcoin, which I did in the early days, they would be like, oh, thanks, Doug. Like, oh, by the way, I see you have, X amount of Bitcoin. That's pretty cool. I'm like, huh, that's weird. I'm like, when I pay people cash, they don't automatically know how much money I have in my bank account. I'm like, this is not cash. It's not cash. So I instantly woke up to that. That was, I don't know, 2015, 2016, and now I'm just interested in that. I'm seeing people talking about that, like one day there's going to be these chain analysis companies where they're going to start analyzing all this stuff. I'm like, and I'm getting very interested in that. And then I hear about Monero for the first time. It's Peter Todd talking about it in the podcast. Anybody here know Peter Todd? I'm sure you guys have heard. Wow, surprised not as many hands go. You guys should at least know about him. He's an OG Bitcoiner, something he's Satoshi Nakamoto. He actually spoke at the Monerotopia conference. I don't think he's Satoshi Nakamoto, by the way. Somebody heard me saying that the other day, and they thought I was like bought and sold. No, but some other people do. And Peter Todd started talking about Monero. There's just a couple of cents, and he's like, they're working on essentially a new improved Monero. New to Bitcoin, they figured out how to make Bitcoin private, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. So I started watching it, started following it. Actually, it wasn't until this guy, I don't know if you mind, Mark, I don't know if you mind me pointing you out. I don't know, in 2016, maybe, Mark started talking about it on YouTube. And he had already had quite the following, I think, in crypto. He was a Bitcoiner that was getting into altcoins, and I'll let you say some words later, Mark, if you want. And he started talking about Monero. Like, oh, I'm looking at this other project. It's trying to be digital cash. There's also, Bitcoin Cash, and that really got me looking. I think it was even before Bitcoin Cash, and so that's when I started to really go down the rabbit hole. And when I started to look at Monero closely, I realized Monero is what Bitcoin was meant to be. Monero is not simply a private coin. It is the untraceable and unstoppable version of Bitcoin. I think that whole sentence is key, all those words. Untraceable and unstoppable. We often talk about Monero as it's just a privacy coin. It's not just a privacy coin. It's a true cryptocurrency. It's what crypto was meant to be. Privacy is a very vital and important aspect to that, but the other vital aspect is it being unstoppable. And I'll get into that. I think arguably Monero is better built to not be co-opted than Bitcoin is. It is fungible digital cash that no corporate government can co-opt. Its purpose is to disrupt the state financial surveillance apparatus. Anybody know that? Remember that sticker? No, I guess it's no real, like, I see one, no real Monero OGs, but this was Monero's initial marketing, right? Don't buy Monero, the worst marketing campaign ever. Any crypto, but also the best. Because what it did was it filtered out all the moon boys from the early days. Monero was quite toxic about it in a good way, kind of reminding people from the early days, like, no, bro, this isn't about speculating, just buying a shit ton of Monero and hoping it turns into a lot of fiat dollars and selling it. You know what? Don't even buy Monero, right? Don't buy it. In fact, what you should do is just use Monero. Don't buy Monero. Cryptocurrencies are harmful to the banking system and may weaken the state apparatus. This was the meme of the early days of Monero. And that culture has since stuck with Monero. And I think that's one of the things that do give it another great advantage compared to other cryptos is its culture and its ethos. And that's unified. It has all different types of people that use Monero. Some people that I don't really agree with much politically, some people that I do, but it's a permissionless network, permissionless digital cash. Anybody can use that. But despite that, despite all the different groups of people that are using it, you know, people, the Nazis are seemingly using it, using Monero, because I see them on Twitter and they don't like me very much because I don't really agree with their other philosophies in life, but they see value in using Monero. Because if you're running a fringe political movement and you need to raise money, you'd be an idiot not to use Monero. You'd be an idiot to use Bitcoin. And we saw this with the trucker rally, right? There's an example. But my point is, despite all these different philosophies of people that are using this tool, there's a culture where everybody agrees what this tool is for. And that's for people to live outside of the state surveillance system and to be able to transact peer-to-peer without censorship or surveillance, to be usable, untraceable digital cash at the protocol level. Bitcoin never really had that mantra, maybe from the super early days when people just read the title of the white paper, but it soon got forgotten. It became digital gold, and it's really not even that. I would say it's digital property. Right? It's digital property, and it's really not a good tool for transacting peer-to-peer in a way where nobody can see what you're doing. It's not digital cash. So let's keep going. And I don't want to make this about that. This isn't about bashing Bitcoin. I obviously have great respect for Bitcoin. Like I said, I'm a Bitcoin maxi. Satoshi is a god. I don't think Bitcoin is going away anytime soon, if effectively ever, in terms of the lifespan of humanity. But I think it's been co-opted. And I think the states and the powers that be don't mind Monero existing. It's not really doing what it set out to do. When Ross started using it for the Silk Road, it was doing what it was meant to do. That's why they went after Ross. It wasn't because of what he was selling on there. It was because he started using this stuff outside of their system. He created a dark, that's the threat. The threat is that we opt out, we ignore them, and we enter into free and open trade among ourselves without any state or corporation being able to take their pound of flesh or surveil us all. And we need the right tool to do that. But that is the threat, and Bitcoin hasn't been able to live up to that promise. Monero is more. It's more of a lot of things. Like I said, most people just think Monero, oh, that's the private version of Bitcoin. There's much more to Monero, and I just want to quickly run through these things, especially people who are learning about Monero for the first time, so you really understand why this is like a very legitimate technology. And while I said I think Bitcoin is here to stay, I definitely think Monero is here to stay as well. And its purpose will be untraceable digital cash. It will be, I believe, the primary tool that people will use for transacting without being able to be surveilled, right? It's secure in perpetuity. So Monero has something called tail emission, which people are like, oh, you mean there's more than 21 million coins? Like that's not a big deal, guys. That was part of the Bitcoin meme. Actually, this Monero is actually more scarce than Bitcoin and will be up until 2040. But it has this thing called the tail emission. So there's like 18.6 million Moneros that get mined, and then a steady emission of Monero is emitted thereafter in perpetuity. I think it's like 0.6 Monero every 2 minutes, right? 0.6 Monero every 2 minutes. And slowly over time, it will surpass the amount of Bitcoin that exists. But the idea is what that tail emission does is it secures the network. It secures the chain, as we all know, right? The miners secure the chain. Why are they mining? Because they're getting the block rewards. What happens when the block rewards run out? Uh-oh, there's not going to be any incentive to mine. Bitcoiners are like, well, we'll just use transaction fees. Okay, but you have a fixed block size, so that means you're going to have super high transaction fees. So the Bitcoin network, it's not built to be used as cash. Literally, as the more popular it gets, the more people that use it, the higher transaction fees get, and it just breaks down fundamentally. Monero is built to be used as digital cash. It sacrificed having this hard limit, and it also sacrificed having fixed block size. It has actually dynamic block size. And the nature of Monero is literally as you use it more, as there's more transactions are made, it gets cheaper to transact on chain. It gets cheaper. The transaction fees actually go down instead of up. Plus, you have this small tail emission that's always there, always incentivizing the miners in perpetuity. Bitcoin's future security is arguably more questionable than Monero's. Monero already I think you can down the road, it already added this tail emission because it saw that fundamentally for this thing to work, you need to be able to continue to incentivize the miners. Bitcoin has not crossed that road yet. We don't know what's going to happen really when Bitcoin starts to really approach its 21 million limit, if transaction fees will be enough to secure the network. And so arguably Monero is more future-proof in terms of its security model. More scarce, like I said, and will be up until 2040. More predictable supply, that point I'm just making, right? So everybody's like, oh, it's only 21 million. Oh, the invention of Bitcoin wasn't that it was capped at some number. It's that the emission curve was known and predictable and couldn't be changed. That's what was exciting about it. That we know how much Bitcoin is going to be emitted at any time, and that nobody can go and change that. Nobody can go and smoke a cigar in the back room and be like, all right, I think tomorrow we start printing more Bitcoin. Like, it's not run like the Fed. But it's not that it was 20, it could have been 50 million, it could have been 100 million. But the fact is that we know that they're never going to decide to fork and make it print more. But we don't know that, because you may need more than 21 million. So I would not say that Bitcoin supply is completely predictable. Monero is scalable on chain, like I said, dynamic block size. It's spendable and useful. Like I said, as people use it more, it becomes cheaper to use. It's a fraction of a cent to send any amount of Monero, whether you're sending $1 worth or $1 million worth. It's private and fungible. That's the one that everybody knows, and that's very important. And it's not just the privacy part, it's the fungible part. One Monero always equals one Monero. Every Bitcoin has a transaction history. One Bitcoin may not equal one Bitcoin. And we've seen that play out time and time again. This fact that Bitcoin is fundamentally traceable. It's built on a transparent ledger that's saved forever. And we've seen that play out in bad ways, where when somebody goes to use their Bitcoin, they're now associated with the things that this Bitcoin has been used for. Maybe you received some Bitcoin and it came from somebody who was a dark market vendor or something. Who knows, right? Anything. He was associated with some terrorist organization. And now you're receiving this Bitcoin and you're like, all right, I'm gonna go send this Bitcoin to Coinbase because I want to go sell it for fiat. Like, this Bitcoin's flat. We're not gonna accept this Bitcoin. And we're seeing it play out in even worse scary ways. We're going to be doing a talk on the Bitcoin fraud case over there in the Monero tent. And that's where somebody was basically implicated for running a Bitcoin mixer in the early days, like 2014 or 2013. And it was the fact that Bitcoin was traceable that basically allowed the Fed to pin the crime on this guy using not really reliable chain analysis. Just saying like, oh, well, we see that these Bitcoin came your way, and they're like a couple of hops away from what we know is involved in the Bitcoin fraud case. So we're just gonna assume that you're the guy. No bueno, no bueno. That's not possible with Monero. With Monero, there's no transaction history to look at. It works like cash. And the fungibility also is extremely important for just playing into how this thing is gonna work as a technology. Right? When somebody comes and buys something off of you for cash, when you're selling your car, whatever it may be, you don't have to question where that cash came from. We know that the U.S. government has says, we consider cash fungible, and the way it's built fundamentally is fungible. There's no history attached to a cash transaction. If there was, it would completely slow down like the cash economy, right? Because everybody's like, well, I got to go make sure this cash isn't whatever, coming from a bad place, isn't tainted in any way before I do something. That does not exist in Monero. There is no way to taint Monero. It's arguably more unconfiscatable than Bitcoin. Everybody says Bitcoin is unconfiscatable. It's one of the most confiscated assets, Bitcoin. I mean, just do the research. It's probably the most, in terms of like people single-handedly having their property taken away from them. I mean, look at Ross. Look how much property they took away from Ross. Like, you couldn't do that with anything else. Where it was just so easy. And a click of a button, they're like, that property is yours, is now ours. Billions of dollars worth of property transferred to us. They confiscated it. Bitcoin is confiscatable. Because if you can see that somebody has it, you can show up, you can find them, you can take their Bitcoin. With Monero, it's a little more difficult to do that because privacy is secured. If you can't see that I have Monero, it's probably less likely that you'll come and take my Monero. If you come up to me and you say, oh, Doug, I see one of your Monero addresses, there's nothing to go look up. Like I, unfortunately, despite the fact that I'm talking about Monero all the time, unfortunately, I lost like pretty much all of my Monero. Pretty sad. But I'm hoping I'll work my way back up there. But if somebody comes to me and says, hey, Doug, give me all your Monero, maybe I have one or two on my phone, but it's all I got, bro. Oh no, I see in this address, I went to that address, you have 10 million Monero right here. You can't do that with Monero. With Bitcoin, you can. That's a problem. That's a major, major problem. Censorship resistant. So I would argue that Monero is more censorship resistant because the way Bitcoin is mined, it's mined with ASIC miners. And there's just a few mining companies that mine Bitcoin. They basically have the monopoly on Bitcoin. And what does that mean? It means these companies can be approached. Trump can make a phone call. Hey, I need you. I love Bitcoin. It's the best coin, but we got a little problem here. We see that people are using it for bad things, nefarious things, very bad. I'm just going to need to make sure that from now on, we just trace some of these transactions. I'm going to give you some wallet addresses. Just make sure you don't accept any transaction, confirm any transactions from those wallets. They're not going to say no. Obviously, Trump wouldn't be as nearly as schooled on Bitcoin as that. But some other department of the federal government can very easily influence these people, and they're going to say yes because they're already the winners in the space. They already have the monopoly. Why wouldn't you shake a hand with the feds, make a deal, and be like, all right, we keep our monopoly running the Bitcoin transaction network. We're the ones validating transactions. We do what you say, government. But just, don't let anybody else really mine Bitcoin. And that's effectively what happens, right? Because now they're entrenched. They make deals with the state. And so that's inevitably going to happen. We've started to see it happen with OFAC coming out with these rules and them being implemented. And then some of these larger farms actually being confronted and asked to not validate certain transactions. So I think Bitcoin has a censorship resistance problem. Monero, however, is fine with CPUs. There is no ASIC in Monero. The CPU is the ASIC of Monero. We all have CPUs, and we all, and so you can have more CPU power, but you can't build a customized CPU that mines Monero more efficiently than a regular CPU. And so that creates a more egalitarian mining network. And because of that, there basically are no large companies that will ever just be mining Monero because it just doesn't really work out economically. And so that allows for a more decentralized mining network. There's no door to knock on and say, we need you to not validate these transactions, because the people mining network, nobody knows who they are. You can mine anywhere, you mine with the CPU, and so it adds censorship resistance. It's resistant to surveillance because you can't analyze the chain, and it's more secure and private on the network level. This is something too, most people don't even know. Monero has something called Dandelion++, and basically when you propagate a Monero transaction, you don't know which node it's coming from. So on a network level, it's hard to spy on Monero as well, as long as you run your own node. Moneronodo.com, that's a quick plug. Let's go, next slide. Bitcoin is more susceptible to being co-opted. I basically ran through all this in that last slide. I think the last one's interesting though, right? All transactions can be perfectly passed. Governments can co-opt Bitcoin by KYCing all ramps, implementing unrealized capital gains. Bitcoin is defamed at that point. It is not starving the state of taxes. It becomes a tool for states to tax better. You can't lose your Bitcoin in a boating accident. So like I said, what the state really fears isn't just that we're playing around with some cryptocurrency, and that it even has value, but that if it does have value, that they have no way to extract that value. That we're participating in a market outside of theirs. But with Bitcoin, they're fundamentally hovering over it, surveilling it, and they can come get their pound of flesh whenever they want. And it could end up being quite efficient for them, right? To have everybody using this ledger that they can just look at, right? It's pseudonymous, but the fact is most people obtain it through KYC exchange, so then their person is connected to the address, and they can track and trace thereafter, and they can send you that letter in the mail when they think you owe taxes, because you're transacting in Bitcoin and they can see everything you're doing. Bitcoin doesn't have that. Monero does have that ability to allow. I'm not saying don't pay taxes. I would never say that. I'm not a stupid man. But I don't think we should have tools that would allow the government to at will essentially extract their pound of flesh, right? Where they can just see what everybody's doing and then come and get it. Next slide. Monero's the ultimate hedge. If nothing else, if you're like, I don't know, Bitcoin is just, it won already. I hear what you're saying, but it's not going to ever compete. If anything else, just realize that in terms of crypto, it's probably the best hedge to Bitcoin on a technological level. It's just built differently. So you have the Bitcoin protocol, and there's lots of versions of it. Litecoin is a product of the Bitcoin protocol. There's tons of Bitcoin forms. Monero was built from its own protocol. It's called CryptoNote, it was a white paper also put out completely anonymously, like Satoshi Nakamoto. It was Nicholas Van Saberhagen, then a group of people, they published this paper. It was the CryptoNote white paper, and basically it was written in response to the Bitcoin white paper in like 2013. And they said, we see Bitcoin, it has all these problems. It's not untraceable digital cash. Monero is, and this is why. And then they proceeded to explain the technologies and how CryptoNote is built differently, so that when you use Monero, you're using a blockchain just like Bitcoin. You're using a public ledger in that anybody has access to it, but it's not a transparent ledger. The primary difference is the ledger of Monero is encrypted. All the transactions are being counted for. There's no double spends. Nodes are checking all transactions. There's a map there that's making sure that there's no double spends and whatnot. And everything's kept track of, just like in Bitcoin, but it's encrypted, so you can't see it. So you can't see who's sending, when you go and look at the, you can go and look at the Monero blockchain, look at a block explorer. You're really not going to make much sense of it because there's not much to gather from it. So you can't determine who the sender is in Monero. You can't determine the amount sent to something called confidential transactions. And you can't determine who the receiver is. Even the receiver address, there's no address to look up because Monero uses something called stealth addresses. Bitcoin is transparent, Monero is obfuscated. Bitcoin uses ASICs, Monero uses CPUs, and it's built to thwart ASICs. Bitcoin has a fixed block size, Monero has a dynamic. Well, as I said earlier, that really plays into how the security model works and how this thing scales on chain. Bitcoin has a hard cap, Monero has a tail emission. They even have different elliptical curves. Bitcoin uses STCP256K1, and Monero uses ED5519, which is arguably the cypherpunks break that higher, essentially, on something called safe curves, because they don't think it was potentially exploited by the NSA. So even on that level, the most basic level, right? The elliptic curve is, if you could break the elliptic curve, Bitcoin goes away. And, you know, elliptic curve is just a theoretical mathematical thing. I mean, some genius one day with the pen and paper could literally potentially break elliptic curve cryptography. I'm not even talking about quantum computers. So even on that level, it's different. Bitcoin has ossified software. You know, any of those knows like the hijacking Bitcoin story, everything happened, but fundamentally it's ossified. They don't want to evolve. They don't want to add privacy and fungibility on the network layer. They don't want to add scalability. So they've ossified. Monero continues to upgrade. In fact, it has a very big upgrade that's happening hopefully within the next year, something called full chain membership proofs. Next slide. So just real quick of things I've worked on. So in the very early days, it's something called Quick Monero, and it was a way to buy Monero with like cards and like a 7-Eleven type thing was the dream, was the vision. And I actually started it. I built like a basic database you could do it. And I actually sourced the cards, a little scratch off. And the idea is you go to a store, you give them cash, and you buy one of these cards, and you go redeem it for Monero. Because I saw that, all right, this is the way people get Monero with cash. I didn't pursue that idea because I'm in New York, and I got scared out of doing it. I got straight up, got scared out of it. I'm like, why am I going to take the risk? So then I started the Monero Talk show. Oh no, what were we doing out here? Oh, I started throwing like Monero after parties at some big Bitcoin events in 2017. I have the Monero Talk show, it's been going on since 2018. That's where I just interview all different types of people in the crypto space, always focused on untraceable digital cash. I've interviewed like a lot of really big Bitcoin OGs. Like it's great. And you can go back and you can watch them talking about Monero in the early days. I'm here to report. I mean, all of them at least give it respect. Ran for Congress in 2020. Next slide. Started the Monerotopia community show. So we have Monero Talk, which is like me interviewing somebody once a week. And then Monerotopia is a show that happens every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. And it's just like a community-based show. So if you're interested in Monero, I recommend you watch the Monero Talks. And I recommend you watch Monerotopia. And on Monerotopia, every week we just let complete noobs jump up on stage or call it, and you can ask questions. So that's super cool. I started selling coffee for Monero, where you can tip the farmers with Monero. I have some over there. I've been doing that for a while. And then I started the Monerotopia.com conference, inspired by me attending PorcFest for years. Monerotopia is focused on people using Monero. It takes place in Mexico City, our next one at least. Our last two were there as well. Amazing venue, outdoor venue. And we just have a beautiful Monero accepting marketplace set up. You can buy all sorts of things, the type of things that you could traditionally buy at PorcFest, if you know what I mean. All sorts of great things with Monero, using Monero, living off Monero, and then we just have talks from the devs, and we have talks from competing privacy tech projects. So I try, there's one right there. I'm trying, right? I try. You know, despite, like I said, the culture of Monero is about untraceable digital cash. I'm trying to help maintain that culture, and part of that is being self-skeptical as a community if we're truly like an open source, honest project, and being open to other competing technologies, and not being a maxi, right? Not saying, no, you're shit coin, I want to hear it. Like, granted, yes, there are some truly shit coins where people are just trying to completely scam. But there's also things where people are just working on something a little different. And they're like real, you know, they're real devs and they're putting in real time. Xano, for example, which is one of our sponsors at our tent this year, the creator of Xano was the first one to implement the crypto node protocol, which Monero runs on. So am I not going to listen to this guy and pretend like he's like, you know, light years more intelligent than me? And the guy like truly, I'm like, why would I ignore somebody like that? So those are the type of people we get to come down to Monerotopia. And then Monero Nodo, MoneroNodo.com. That's a plug and play Monero node. I'm part of that project as well. So it's a way to run your own Monero node. You plug it in, you're up and running. You can use your Cake wallet, and then you can connect to your own Monero node. It's the safest way to use Monero. You don't have to use the Nodo, is to run your own node. The node just makes it super user-friendly, and it gives you a dedicated device, so it's running 24/7, so you're not like, oh, my computer's off today. But it becomes the safest way to use Monero, because the Monero protocol is super secure, like I said. But one of the potential attack vectors is if, as you're using Monero, you're connected to a nefarious node. You know, you're on Cake Wallet, and a node pops up, and you just click on it, and it's not the Cake Wallet node, it's just somebody running a node, and you connect to that, and they're malicious, they can learn things about you. They can learn things about you. Obviously, they could see when you're using Monero, they know when you're pinging the node, get your IP address, all this stuff. So you should be running your own node. Next slide. So this is what I really want to talk about. So in a couple of the projects, XMR Bazaar, and get into detail on that. That's what I'm most excited about right now. XMRchat.com, that's a way to accept Monero-based super chats. Super user-friendly, and it's all on-chain, no fees. So I'm sure you guys see super chats on YouTube all the time. Somebody's taking a big cut out of that, right? And effectively, they could potentially debank those people if they don't like the content they're putting out. This is Monero-based, basically running on the Monero network. You can receive Monero-based super chats when you're streaming your YouTube using StreamYard or OBS. Chats pop up. Somebody just sent you $5 in Monero with a little message, and they paid a fraction of a cent because it's the Monero transaction fee, and you get to keep all your tips. Last thing, I did something called Copa Monero in 2024. Which is actually really interesting. That's because what it was in Argentina, this small town, for whatever reason, they started getting into, well, actually there is a reason. They wanted to gamble. They wanted to gamble on soccer, and they found their way to Monero as being like the best tool for doing that. This is in like the middle of nowhere, Argentina, in the Formosa district, a little town called Ibarrete. Some homegrown cypherpunks started using Monero among themselves to trade local cash for Monero and to gamble online. I went and visited the town. They started accepting Monero at the hotel they have and accepting Monero at the bakery. And a big part of what they were into was their soccer club. Like the soccer club is the center of their town. That's like where all the action is. And the guys who were into Monero were also, they ran the soccer association in the town. So I teamed up with them. We made a part of the Monerotopia conference, and we threw an amazing soccer tournament among this little town, Ibarrete, and the surrounding towns. And we had like 15 games, and they played, and the winning team took home, I think like 50 XMR, 40 XMR, which is kind of a big deal for down there. That was a lot of money, and it was well attended by the locals. You can check that out. It was very cool. The last thing I have on my list of like what I want to do in 2025, try to eliminate the bit license in New York. And I won't go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna head down, right? I've lived in. I'm a New Yorker. I've been a New Yorker my whole life. When I got into crypto, I was in New York. I was able to buy, Bitcoin on Coinbase, no problem. But I've never been allowed or able as a New Yorker to buy Monero on a centralized exchange. That's crazy. That's crazy. When Trump Coin launched, within like 10 minutes, I could have gone on to Coinbase and bought some Trump Coin. but not Monero. That just blows my mind. What's that? Because it scares the banks. And they've cut off, you know, New York is the financial capital, right? So that was very purposeful what they did there, because they know a lot of money flows through New York. A lot of the early crypto money, I'm sure, was coming out of Wall Street, the New Yorkers. We had the Bitcoin center down in Wall Street, right? There was a lot of big eyes on that stuff early on. But all those people, they never had easy access to Monero. Till to this day, they really. So we got to get the bit license eliminated. I think now.
I think you skipped Bazaar. Did you talk?
Oh, we're gonna go talk about it right now because in my last 10 minutes here, I'm just focused on XMR Bazaar.
Sorry.
But yeah, we got to get the bit license eliminated. It really shows. I mean, Monero is getting delisted from exchanges all around the world. People might think, well, that's a bad thing. It shows that it works. They're delisting it because it works. They, you know, the people that they do banking with, their banking partners are probably pressuring them and telling them, well, because you can't implement the banking regulations, you know, because you can't implement the Bank Secrecy Act, we're just gonna kindly ask you to delist it, or we're not gonna be doing banking with you anymore. And they bend the knee and they do it. Except for, we have Jesse Powell here in the US. Big round of applause for that guy. That guy's badass. He runs the, I guess the founder of Kraken, and you can get Monero on Kraken. Guess what, guys? Kraken is not in New York. They left when they implemented the bit license, because Jesse Powell was like, F you, I'm not gonna stay here if you guys aren't gonna allow me to basically sell Monero on an exchange. So yeah, next slide. Let's get it going here. Now I want to quickly run through. This is where you guys can find me, at Douglas Tuman on Twitter, at Monero Talk, at Monerotopia. If you ever want to like really work on something with me, you have some idea, you want to participate in Monerotopia, you have an idea for something with one of the projects I'm working on, the best way for me to keep track of it is if you just email me, monerotopia@protonmail.com. If you want to volunteer at Monerotopia, if you want to come be a vendor at Monerotopia, if you want to be a speaker at Monerotopia, any of those things or any of my other projects, send me an email there, and that's the best way I can keep track of it. Next slide. All right. Oh no, these aren't showing. It's like zoomed in over there. Go to next one. See if you can go now. Yeah, because it's not showing the whole slide. Yeah, is there a way you could fix that? So yeah, what I want to talk to you guys about is XMR Bazaar. That's the project I'm most passionate about right now. I think it's pretty apropos that I'm up here talking about it literally right after Ross Ulbricht gave this talk. Pretty amazing, actually, that we've come this far. So XMR Bazaar, it's not a dark marketplace. It's a clear market. It's for legal goods and services. But I see great value in that, and honestly, it looks like a lot of other people do as well. So the purpose of XMR Bazaar, it's a way for people to sell goods and services peer-to-peer using Monero. It's not decentralized. It's kind of like, think of it like your Craigslist, right? So it's just a listing platform. Because obviously I'm trying to stay out of jail as well. I'm just doing everything by the book here. I don't want to be labeled a money transmitter. I don't want people to say, well, you need a banking license. So we never touch your Monero. XMR Bazaar never touches your Monero. When there's transactions being made, unless you're just buying something from XMR Bazaar. But in terms of transactions being made, we're never a party to the transaction. So when you buy something on XMR Bazaar, you're sending Monero from your personal wallet to the vendor's personal wallet, and it's just going through the Monero network. And it's a pretty powerful idea. Are we able to fix those slides? No. Maybe the other guy, you had somebody else to fix it early. All right, so let me try to just talk about some of the features here, right? So as you might imagine, very simple, you got to create a profile on XMR Bazaar. Very easy to do so. There's no KYC. We don't ask for an email. You don't need an email, so you can be completely anon on XMR Bazaar. You create an account, and then the next thing you're asked to do is basically create a messenger. So you can DM with other people, and it walks you through, and literally 2 clicks of a button, it has you set up using PGP encryption, which is super cool. And it gives you your PGP key. So that's the only thing with XMR Bazaar that might be like, for a noob, might be like, what? You just have to not lose your PGP key. Just like if you're using Monero, you just have to not lose your private key. So you have to save your Monero private key for your wallet, and you have to save your PGP key, and you're good to go in XMR Bazaar. So let's go, next slide. So yeah, like I was saying earlier, this is kind of, well, I wanted them to show, I didn't make these slides, and thank you to Aaliyah who made these slides. Oh my God. The people who are helping me out with the XMR Bazaar, by the way, I don't know, they're completely anon, and they're just the most amazing people I've ever communicated with, and they've been very helpful, they're very idealistic. I have a Narcio who built it, he's the main dev. He also built Kuno. I don't know if anybody here has heard of Kuno, but it's a way to raise money with Monero, kind of like a GoFundMe, that's Monero based. And then I have Aaliyah, who's the main maintainer of the platform. So dealing with all the users, having to boot people if we need to, because they're putting up clearly illegal stuff. Some people are trying to attack us by posting clearly illegal things. The terms and services of Monero are you can buy and sell whatever you want to whoever you want, as long as it's legal in your jurisdiction. And we leave it up to you to figure that out. But if you're going to put, crack on there or heroin, we're pretty sure that that's not legal in any jurisdiction. So because by default, we'll leave those types of listings. But where Monero XMR Bazaar fits in, right? So we had crypto native dark markets for illegal goods. We have the marketplaces that most of society is used to, these fiat-owned behemoths that are surveilling everyone, where you use the dollar, you use the credit card, through fiat clear net markets, and where they often take a large transaction fee, one way or the other, they're milking you. And then you have XMR Bazaar, which is for legal goods and services, but it's done in a peer-to-peer way. And there's great benefits to that, because that allows people to go on, sell whatever they want to sell, and nobody's taking transaction fees. There's no bank taking a transaction fee. There's no platform. You keep all the money you want. You go sell money on XMR Bazaar, you keep it all that Monero. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to put what is XMR Bazaar, its features, and some hot picks. Next slide. So what is XMR? Go ahead, next slide. I basically said this already, right? It's non-custodial. We never hold your crypto, no KYC, and it supports the Monero circular economy. I don't know if you guys can see, but we have like a little some stats up here that pop up when you go to xmrbazaar.com. We have, I think, over 6,000 listings now. It's only been up for a year. So that's pretty cool. And then I'm just told we have 3,000 users, but they're not just people that just like create an account. These are people that then went through the process of generating their PGP keys. So, because we could see that. Not that we could see their messages, but we can see that they went through that action. And so that means they're probably like legit users if you're going to go through those steps. So it sounds like we have like 3,000 actual users. Next slide. What it is not, it's not decentralized, it's not a dark market. Next slide. What I really see the value proposition of XMR Bazaar is to be the global trust and reputation engine of the digital cash economy, right? So we have this tool, digital cash. Now we need a way to be able to suss each other out and trust each other when we're making these transactions. So XMR Bazaar does some very obvious things, like you have your profile. You can verify your profile with your X account. That might give you some validity. Somebody sees like, oh, this person with all these followers is that same person. You can write up some things about yourself on your profile. People can come and rate your listings. They can write comments. They can rate you. So it's built with these tools so that trust and reputation can come as people use it and they're identified as honest users. So that when you go and buy something from somebody and you send them, one Monero to send you 5 pounds of Parmesan cheese, if you see that the guy has good ratings, he's probably going to send you the cheese. Okay, next slide. So core features, it's free to list. It's free. There's no transaction fee that's taken. We have PGP encryption built into it. Payment options, direct pay. So like I said, if you're buying cheese, you can just send somebody Monero directly. We don't know if they're going to send you the cheese, right? So you can use escrow. And our escrow isn't like what you see on the dark markets where they hold your crypto. We never hold your crypto. It uses multi-sig. And there's third-party mediators who are also users, who also have reputations. And you can basically, it's built in a very seamless way where you use Monero multi-sig and it's generated from your browser. It's client side. You never see anything. You don't hold your keys. And that solves all the problems. Recently, what I'm announcing today is we just launched bonds. So in addition to escrow, in addition to this native direct pay, users can buy bonds. So if I'm on there and I'm selling my cheese, I could buy a 1 Monero bond. And that means I'm bonded, I'm insured for up to 1 Monero. And now somebody comes and they see that I'm selling the cheese, they see I have a 1 XMR bond, they're gonna buy $100 worth of cheese. They know that if they send me that $100 of Monero and I don't deliver the cheese, that we'll have a mediator jump in, just like in multisig, but now it's even more seamless because they already purchased the bond, and will reimburse the buyer with the money that they had spent and they never got the cheese. So very excited about that. We just launched bonds. We have a feature called Boost because we have to figure out how to monetize this, right? Because we don't take transaction fees. We don't take any platform fees in terms of how people run their listings. We don't charge to list. So we're planning on making money in these ways. So with bonds, Boost, so you can boost your posts. We recently added something called the Monero map. Monero map, if you open that up, it's super cool. It basically shows a map of where the Monero listings are. It shows business listings, right? So there's places in New Hampshire that accept Monero. Please put them on the XMR Bazaar map as a Monero accepting business. And then what we also just added to the map was a way for you in your own profile to mark off very simply if you're okay with being DM'd and put on the map with a general location like New York City for Doug, or some dude who's in Rome and marked as willing to be contacted for purposes of in-person cash to Monero sales. So we'll see how people use that. And actually, I can't really see in that map, but there's been a lot of people jumping up on there. So that becomes a way, I roll into Rome, I pull up XMR Bazaar, I see there's a Monero contact in Rome, because I can search the map, I send him a DM. Next thing you know, he's giving me the tidbits on who accepts Monero around here, and he's telling me where I can go buy some euros with Monero. It's not from him. Next slide. Next slide. This is the PGP stuff, super easy to do. Next slide. People can buy direct. We kind of went up through this already. Next slide. The multi-sig, went through that. Next slide. Okay. Oh, this is cool. So we added a way so people receive their DMs through the PGP encryption. So you have to log into Monero. XMR Bazaar is super easy, right? If you save your login, and then you'll see your messages. But chances are most people aren't logging into XMR Bazaar every day to check their messages, right? We're not that big yet. But have no fear, we added a way to tie in notifications to your favorite private messenger. So Signal, SimpleX, connected to XMR Bazaar. Now whenever you get a DM, you'll get a Signal message. Somebody comes and purchases something from you, you'll get that DM notifying you that somebody made a purchase, so you don't have to hover over your XMR Bazaar account. Next thing, social media verification, I mentioned that, so you can verify yourself using your X account and you get a little badge saying you're verified. Next, here's the map. You can see it a little better. So these are all the geolocated listings, businesses, and the Monero near me posts. And it's getting larger. It's growing, guys. I encourage you guys to add things on there, right? If you don't want to go on and sell stuff yourself, and you know businesses that accept it, please add it to XMR Bazaar. Although I do encourage you to take this a step further and actually start using it, right? That's what this is all about. It's about opting out and using it. That's why I'm most excited about XMR Bazaar, because I think it's going to make the biggest impact compared to anything else I'm working on. It's got traction, and people are seeing value in being able to sell their things for digital cash for obvious reasons, right? They sell their bicycle for $200, cash, right? Just like if you get at a garage sale. And there's value in that. I don't need to go into details of what that value is, but there's value in being able to just accept cash for the things you offer. And probably what I'm also most excited about is how it's going to be used globally for consulting services, things like that. I could go on XMR Bazaar and I can hire a coder in Afghanistan, wherever. I don't even need to know where they are. They don't need to put their location. I can see that they're offering these services. They do graphic design, they do consulting services, whatever it is. And next thing you know, I'm using Monero anonymously to get somebody to do something for me. Can we just continue this run through? I'll wrap it up. Yep. Oh. Boost, go ahead. Bonds, go ahead. Oh, we're adding, this is also announcing today, and we'll be launching any moment. Bonds, we're adding a way to pay with any crypto using Trocador. So all transactions will always settle in Monero. So people on the receiving end, the vendors, the sellers will always ultimately receive Monero, but the buyers, they could go on with the Dogecoin if they don't have Monero yet. They could send the Dogecoin transaction, will be auto-converted into Monero and sent to the receiver. Next slide. This listing just popped up like 2 days ago. Somebody's selling a house in Mendoza, Argentina for Monero. These are popular listings. I mentioned cheese because for whatever reason, cheese is like, it's like Amazon was books, like they started with books. Like XMR Bazaar, it seems to be cheese. I don't know. It makes sense. Like the best cheese I've ever eaten in my life has been purchased on XMR Bazaar. Really good Parmesan cheese. A really good region in Italy. People are selling ships for real. People are selling silver. Oh, there's exchange listings. So I don't know if anybody here heard of local Bitcoin? All right. Then there was local Monero. It shut down, doesn't exist anymore. XMR Bazaar has all the features that local Monero has on it. So you can now basically do cash to Monero trades on XMR Bazaar. Next, more cheese. More stuff. Next. Join the XMR Bazaar fundraiser next. All right, so yeah, we just launched this as well as another way to raise funding. So we are just recently have figured out how to potentially get some funds by offering bonds and boosts, but we're also looking to just get donations from the users. And in exchange for a donation, you'll get a badge on your account. And that, once again, that just probably adds a little bit more trust to you as a person, right? If you donated one Monero to XMR Bazaar, you're probably like a legit, like, honest user. And I will wrap it up there, guys. Please check out xmrbazaar.com. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Might have been a pretty good crowd, actually.
Yeah. Right, next we got Acapulco tie-dye. We're gonna set up, we're gonna do tie-dye stuff here, so let's get it going. Cool.
All right, Tony, you ready?
Yes. Okay.
All right.
Let me share my screen.
Wait, hold on. Let me run the segment real quick and
Okay.
remove all this stuff.
Okay.
All right, let me run the news segment. Oh, wait, let me remove the banner. And you're off.
The Monerotopia Weekly News segment is sponsored by WizardSwap.io, a non-custodial cryptocurrency exchange.
All right, awesome. All right,
Okay.
take it away, Tony.
Hey, guys. Yeah, thank you, Sarita. Okay, guys. So, hey, hopefully you have a good weekend. If you're at Porcfest or MoneroKon, hopefully you're having an amazing time because it's an amazing time. And yeah, let's get into it. I don't have too many things to talk about this week, but still good stuff. So the first thing that I want to talk about is somebody selling a house for Monero. And if we go on the XMR Bazaar listing, So this person is selling a house in Argentina, in Mendoza, Argentina, for 2,000 Monero. So it's listed at $680,000. And this is the house. And it's quite a big house. So the person is saying in the description, I'm selling a house in a gated community in Mendoza, Argentina. It's almost finished, probably about 3 months away from completion, located in a really beautiful private neighborhood called La Vacheria Country Golf. It's about 20 minutes from downtown Mendoza and has a ton of nature, open space, and great views of the mountains. The neighborhood has 24/7 security, 2 golf courses, a clubhouse with a restaurant, 2 tennis courts, gym, swimming pool, and a bunch of lagoons scattered around. And this is the lot size, 1,150 square meters, home size, 530 square meters, 4 bedrooms plus 1 service room, 6 bathrooms. It's quite a big house. Agorist is putting on XMR Bazaar. Has a covered garage for 2 cars, wine cellar in the basement. So really, really big. And it's awesome that it's such a big house, and this person is willing to accept Monero for it. So if you're in the market, if you're looking to move to Argentina, then go to this listing on XMR Bazaar and talk to Agorist. Now I want to go into MoneroKon and PorcFest, show a couple of pictures since it's the season, in case you guys haven't seen it. So they're both happening in the same time, and this is the opening door, I'm pretty sure, of MoneroKon, and it looks awesome. It looks super badass. And let's go a little bit over the schedule, since they're doing a lot of stuff in just a few days. So just on Friday, which was yesterday, 20th of June, Andreas open up. Then you have a coffee break. You have Aaron Fikert on rings and trees. Jeffro256 on plan and speculative block changes in Monero. Then you have Cake Wallet, OSPAD, optimal ring signatures by Rocknium. You have Francois Xavier Wicht, String Handler, Justin Arnhofer, a lot of people, A Fungible, that used to do the price report for Monerotopia, Marcel Pitch, Francisco Arctic Mine, he's there too. So a lot of people are there. Several Privacy is there, Dr. Sam Ansal, and so on. So it's really packed, and it's for sure an amazing time. And then Saturday too, just a lot of activities. So you're definitely not going to get bored. And then Sunday as well. So should be a lot of good stuff, a lot of good content in these 3 days for MoneroKon. And if we go here, so they made the video private. They do live stream. If you're not at MoneroKon and you do want to watch it, they do live stream at the event. And well, right now the video is private. So I guess eventually they are going to post all the talks. But for right now, it's private. It was actually available not too long ago. Then let's go over a couple of videos and pictures from MoneroKon. So this one is from Cake Wallet. They said, "We love you, Monero, and we love you, MoneroKon. Prague privacy double feature. Nothing beats the Monero community. Privacy is strong." And here's the video. That's set for privacy. And let's go to this one. Set for privacy, giving his speech, the legend, at MoneroKon in Prague. So again, really, really good time. And then let's go over this post, just to go a little bit over a couple speakers at MoneroKon again. So Andreas of Monerujo Wallet, he's kicking off MoneroKon, so that's awesome. Then we have Aaron Fikert of Alpen Labs, and him again. Then we have Jeffro256 on the main stage, talking about the planned changes to Monero's consensus protocol revolving around the block format. So it's so nice, because when you go to these events like MoneroKon, you just find out so many things that are in development right now in Monero. So it's awesome. Then set for privacy, and lots of stuff. Marcel Pitch, A Fungible, he's giving a speech too. So a lot of good speeches. Arctic Mine is there. It's just such a good time. So lots of good talks and materials coming from this. Now, I want to go into PorcFest a little bit. So you got to be strong in order to find.
Really?
You got to be strong physically and mentally. So this is Dog being physically strong at PorcFest. So let's watch this video.
There you go, just like that, beautiful.
It was a war of essentially acquisition by the British.
There you go. Good.
So for the people, if you are just listening and you can watch what I just showed, is Doug picking up farmer walking heavy weights, dropping them in one side, going to the other one, and picking more weights and just running around. Obviously very demanding, and he's in good shape. And he said, get off X and out of the blue light and come out to PorcFest to live free and live off digital cash. So it's a very good time at PorcFest as well. And also Ross made it. And I think he's with his mom too at PorcFest, but he's there for sure. I know for sure. So it's awesome. The fact that he made it to PorcFest and that he's free also. And I did meet his mom. I never met Ross in person. Hopefully I'll get to meet him one day. But after 11 and a half years, she finally got her son back. And she went conference to conference, talking to people, giving speeches about the situation, and finally he's free. So I'm very, very happy. And then I have one more picture from PorcFest, Monerotopia at PorcFest, Friday night. So again, really, really good time. Then Stoic posted on X, he said Monero Community Fundraiser. So there's this Australian crypto convention in Sydney, 22nd to 23rd of November. And he's saying interest in Monero in Australia is huge. We're going to make a fucking impact. It's time to officially join the conversation and represent Monero. The goal is 80 Monero. Any and all donations help much more than you could imagine. Together we win, to divide we die. And this is the donation link as well if you're interested. So if you want to donate and help Stoic, please do. He also wrote an awesome book on Monero. If you want to buy it, go on his profile. Let me actually see if I can open it quickly. Yeah, so here's the offer of the Monero Standard. If you haven't read that book, definitely buy it. I think you can definitely buy the physical version. You can buy the online version as well, for sure. So if it's an awesome book. So make sure you buy it, make sure you read it. And I'm not sure if he posted anymore, but he used to do a Monero magazine YouTube show as well. So he's doing a lot for the community, and he's an awesome person. So yeah. And then let's see. Oh, I thought this was kind of interesting. So Coinmarketcap has been hacked to not interact. The person said, so essentially you would go on Coinmarketcap, and this was posted 22 hours ago. I tried and it didn't do that, but essentially like a day ago, what it would do is it would ask you to verify your wallet when you went in Coinmarketcap. And they were being hacked, so obviously somebody was trying to access your wallet and your crypto. So that's not. I think that's fixed now. You don't have to worry about it. But if it comes in the future in other places, or just be careful where you connect your wallet to, because it could be scammers on the other side trying to get your crypto. So be careful. Then, I have this one from MoneroKon too. This picture is awesome. So Sir James Allott wrote, getting a live demo of Grease, the new payment channel, a concept for Monero. This is why you come to MoneroKon, stay up to date with the newest developments. And he posted a picture too. So yeah, if you guys have never been to Monerotopia, MoneroKon, PorcFest, these are awesome events. It's such a good time connecting with the community, with the people. So if you haven't gone so far, I would definitely put it on the radar for next year. It's just a good time. Now I want to talk about, I have 2 videos, but then before that, I want to talk about this post on Reddit. It was posted on EU Personal Finance, actually. And this person is basically talking about what we are talking on the show every Saturday. So he wrote about privacy, banks, and the digital euro threat. And the person said that lately, I feel we're sliding into a dystopia where privacy erodes day by day. The EU is pushing tough rules for authorities to access private data, mass retention of metadata, mandatory backdoors in encrypted systems, and harsh penalties for non-compliance. At the same time, daily news shows banks tightening the screws, interrogating average customers about perfectly normal withdrawals under the guise, like we say, under the guise of AML rules to protect you and against terrorism and all this stuff. Meanwhile, real fraudsters such as those on Telegram and WhatsApp operate almost unchallenged while using bank accounts to scam people, and in ever-increasing numbers, and also in ever-increasing ways too. Now there's just so many ways to attack you, and they can do it just so much better, so much more realistic. So it's going to just become scarier and scarier. Now the digital euro looms with the promise of just complementing cash. I don't believe it. And it's funny because this comes from EU Personal Finance. It doesn't come from r/privacy, r/Monero, or something like that. So, but yeah. So the person said the digital euro looms with the promise of just complementing cash. I don't believe it, and we all think that it's obviously it's trying to replace cash in the future, but designed to track every payment, impose limits, and hand even more control to banks and governments. All signs point to a grave threat to our freedom, and it is. And he broke it down into a bunch of points that we've been talking about. So one would be mass data retention and mandatory backdoors. And he wrote the EU proposal would force service providers, ISPSs, messaging apps, OTTs to retain metadata indefinitely, so not just for a period of time, and build in backdoors for law enforcement. And this is, of course, all in the name to protect you. And civil rights groups warn this goes far beyond current rules. It aims to harmonize data retention across the EU, including online chats, and compel decryption on demand. And also, if you're non-compliant, you're going to face severe sanctions. Of course, huge fines, EU market bans, or even jail time for executives. In plain terms, it's mass surveillance that strips away any real autonomy from tech companies and by extension from us. And we've been talking about this on the show. We talk about this every time. So yeah, he talked about data retention, right, which is huge. They really want your data. And then banking control and AML abuse, we just see more and more anti-money laundering excuses to get more of your data. So he wrote that banks will AML laws to treat ordinary customers as suspects. You haven't done anything, but you're automatically a suspect. The European Banking Authority admits de-risking. Refusal of basic banking services is now one of the top 3 consumer complaints in the EU. Middle-class citizens get called in to justify routine transfers or cash withdrawals. So just basic stuff that you do, you're being questioned and all this stuff, as if everybody were money launderers or terrorists. And of course, in the meantime, fraudsters refine scams on secure messaging apps with little interference from authorities. So all their efforts of AML and all these things, they are really not to protect against terrorism, I would say, and I would think, and I think we all think the same. But there's something beyond that, which is just to get into more and more out of your privacy, so you don't have much eventually. Then the person talks about security and scams versus scams. I'm sorry, programmable digital euro, and we talked about it. So the European Central Bank insists it won't replace cash and will preserve user privacy. Offline mode would mimic paper cash privacy, known only to payer and payee. I don't believe that at all. And I think that the point is obviously to be replaced eventually. And that's why Monero is amazing. The fact that it's digital too. Personally, I don't like to carry coins and to worry about banknotes and all this stuff. It's nice to have it online, of course. It's very easy to use. And I think that's going to be the future, some digital form of payment. I don't think we're going to use just cash forever. So so it's not going to replace cash for now, but eventually It is going to replace cash. And then they're going to be able to control what you spend your money on. And, if they say, okay, you can only buy, 5 kilograms of meat per week, and that's it. If you buy 5.1, then there's going to be consequences or stuff like that, which things that could happen, of course. And I think some countries implemented it. I'm not sure. I think we talked about it in the past, but I'm not sure. So he talks about all this stuff. But yeah, it was interesting to see that it was on EU personal finance. And it's good to see that people are aware of these things. And yeah, I'm wondering how the future is going to be. And that's why Monero is such an amazing proposition. It offers you privacy in a world that wants to steal your privacy, and in a world that doesn't want you to have privacy, but Monero gives you privacy. That's the best proposition out there. Okay, so now I think I have two more things. Not too much for this week, because I wanted the focus to be more PorcFest. So let's watch one video. This one is Michael Saylor. I know, I'm sorry guys. I know we're all sick of probably seeing Michael Saylor, but this one was kind of funny. So he said once he understood Bitcoin, he couldn't sleep. So let's watch it and then we'll discuss it. Let me make it, okay.
Well, Keith, like once I understood Bitcoin, I would go to bed with anxiety at night feeling short, because I worried that somebody else would figure out what I'd figured out and they would buy it all and I wouldn't be able to buy anymore. And so once you get something and you look out decade or decades, the only issue is, how do I buy more of it?
Yeah.
Well, Keith, like once I understood.
He kind of sounds like a monopoly. He wants to own the most amount of it, and he is owning quite a bit. He keeps buying a lot of it, but it's just funny. He had this realization, and at the time, I mean, I'm not sure when he got into Bitcoin. I'm sure it was quite a long time ago. I've only heard about Michael Saylor like 5 years ago. I bet he's in the game for much longer than that. But I know he used to talk about, I think he got into Bitcoin because he was putting his money in some banks and then I think he puts his money in Argentinian bank, and the next day it inflated so much that he didn't have that much, and then he discovered Bitcoin. But I mean, yeah, Bitcoin in itself, when we all discovered it a long time ago, it is a revolution, but now there's something better called Monero. But still, it built a path for everything. So we should be grateful for Bitcoin, but you have to move on, and that's what you have to do. Now let's watch Jack Dorsey. He's explaining Bitcoin to Norway's $2 trillion sovereign wealth fund CEO. I'm not sure we're going to play the whole 4-minute video, but we're going to watch part of it, discuss it, and that'll be it for this week.
Around. Enter Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a protocol for moving money around. If Bitcoin is used not just as a store of value, but as a currency to move money around between people, or between businesses and people, or businesses and businesses, as that becomes more and more a thing, which I do think it becomes over the next 5 years, then we can launch Cash App and Square in every single country that has the internet. And that allows us to serve more people better, faster. And because Bitcoin is open, it's not controlled by one company, it's not controlled by any one government, it's completely transparent. People can see what it does, and we can solve all the problems that we would task with governments and companies to solve by doing it transparently and by doing it openly. Because again, it's the internet and it goes to internet principles. So I'm hoping these financial systems take on more internet principles and we can truly be an internet company instead of going market by market by market, which is just a really slow way to build for the world. You can't build for the world. You can only build for these particular markets that you happen to be approved in. And again, you have to be approved by another company. You have to be approved by by these things that don't have your interest or even their customers' interests at heart.
So what needs to happen for Bitcoin to function more effectively?
I think it's happening.
Privacy. Privacy and telemission. That's what it needs. And in the beginning, he talked about how it's a way to store your wealth, but also to spend it. So Bitcoin works essentially as a currency too. When it doesn't, and we know that it doesn't. It doesn't work as a currency because it's not fungible, and that's one of the most, besides other things, fungibility is very, very important, and we talk about this on the show all the time. You know, if one Bitcoin is different than another Bitcoin, then that is a problem. And I think there's even a market for virgin Bitcoins, where if the Bitcoin does not have any transactions, it's worth more than one that has, and especially what's called a dirty Bitcoin. It's been used in illegal transactions and stuff of that nature. And that Bitcoin is also not going to be accepted on exchanges. So, for example, and I'm not sure if you guys know this, if you're new to the whole space, but like, let's say that you are, a benevolent person, and somebody sends you a dirty crypto. Dirty meaning that it was used in illegal transactions in the past. So if they're sending you that into your Coinbase, then your Coinbase is going to be shut down, even though that you didn't have, as far as I understand, somebody sends you a dirty crypto, yes, your Coinbase is going to be shut down. So, which is messed up, but that's why you need fungibility. And it doesn't matter that you were not even associated with the person that sent you that money. And then it's going to be a whole process of proving that, or I'm not sure how exactly what the process is, but I've seen people on Reddit that it happened to. So fungibility is huge. It's huge, huge, huge. And then of course Monero has telemission, which is also very important. And it's just so much more superior. So yeah, to answer his question, the Norwegian CEO question, just he has a lot of stuff to improve on. And I wonder if he knows about Monero. And I think he would like Monero a lot more. Let's watch a bit more, and then that'll be it.
Right now, like, more and more people see that it's valuable. Every time that number goes up, people get more interested in it. I don't believe in Bitcoin in its final stage as just a store of value, but I think it's a necessary part of the path to get to, I think, the next big one, which is remittance across border, moving money between businesses, moving money between people across borders, which is happening in many countries outside the United States and Western countries today because there's no other options. And then it gets to currency. As people get more comfortable with it, as they see that it's not going away, Bitcoin is over close to 16 years old right now. It's never gone down. It's never had a security issue. It has no leader. It has a completely open roadmap, and it's determined by a consensus development model. These are all really incredible ways to trust it as a currency. So as it becomes more understood and it feels like it's going to last, I think people will trust it more and more as like, oh, this is the way I'm moving money to my family now. And this is the way I'm buying coffee now. And this is the way I'm buying computers or whatever. It's a deflationary currency, so it doesn't encourage spending. It does encourage savings. But I think it has a really interesting path and provides a lot of interesting business models for the internet. If Bitcoin existed before we started Twitter, we'd be in a much different state, and I think we'd be in a much better state, and we wouldn't have all the issues that you see with social media today, because it's not a tax on the system. It allows for a business model that's aligned with the people that are using it every single day.
Yeah, so he makes some very interesting points. And but again, there's just so many things, like with the whole store of value. Also moving Bitcoin around can be expensive depending on the fees. So that's one problem. You may pay for your coffee as much as the coffee costs itself or more. because of the Bitcoin fees. And then eventually, the last Bitcoin is going to be mined, and what's going to happen after? Because you need to sustain the system somehow. So are the fees going to be enough? I mean, as far as I know, there's no system that has proven to survive that part. So it's going to be an unknown. And the last Bitcoin is going to be, the last Satoshis are going to be mined in 100 years from now plus. So I'm not sure when we're going to find out or if Bitcoin worked or not. And also he talked about price, which obviously it helps that, there's so many, I mean, for the CEO of this company in Norway, of course, it helps that there's so many institutions like BlackRock and everybody is in this thing because it adds more security. But it's just mostly based off of the price going up. It's not fungible, doesn't have a lot of other things. So I don't know, for me, Bitcoin is very sketchy, but something very, very, but it's something that started a very important path, which Monero took, and it made it better. So, but that was it for this week, guys. Thank you for watching, and I'm sure next weekend we're going to talk about with Doug more about PorcFest and MoneroKon and everything as a wrap up. But this was this week, and hopefully you're having a good time if you're at these events, and if you haven't traveled to, make sure you go next year. Monerotopia, MoneroKon, PorcFest, they're awesome. So,
all right, awesome. Good. Thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sonita.
No problem. All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, guys.
All right, guys. So just waiting for Doug to get back to the Monerotopia tent. They're working on it. So for now, if you can just chill some more, he'll be on stage shortly. So thanks so much for your patience.
Hello, Sunita, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. All right, let me shut down the music.
All right, yeah, you go ahead.
Music blasting.
Yeah, we're ready to go. If you can just pull up the slides. So Mike Hassard joined as a guest. You should see him there, and you could just pull up his slides. He did the share screen.
Sure.
All right.
All right,
are we good?
Are we? Slides are on there.
What's that?
I also have him on his. Am I adding both accounts?
No, we just want to show the slides as they present up here. If we're able to do that, so you can see both.
Okay. Yeah. So I just added his slides.
Yeah. We got you. We got your screen. Yep, okay. It's there.
So I just added his.
All right. Yeah. No, I think you guys could take it away. We have Mike Hassard and Tor Ekland, gentlemen that I've known now for a couple of years. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me just play the guest segment real quick, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, please. Yeah, play the guest segment.
Yeah.
We gotta. Yeah, she's just gonna play the.
We're coming through here.
The Monerotopia guest segment is sponsored by Cake Wallet. Store, send, receive, and exchange your Monero and Bitcoin safely on iOS and Android too. Cake Wallet is open source, and you always control your own keys.
Because they're a big part.
All right, you're good. All right.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for doing that, because we definitely aren't shilling Cake Wallet enough. We could always shill them more. They are the main sponsor of this tent, along with Xano and Confidential Layer. So super tremendous thank you to Cake Wallet. It took a lot to get this 10, and I think it's paid off. I think it's been fantastic. So we're calling this like Monerotopia at PorcFest. These gentlemen have participated, I think, in two Monerotopias already, right?
Last two.
Yeah, the last two in Mexico City. And they wanted to come up here. They like hanging out with cypherpunks, apparently. And you guys are going to learn why, because as badass as us cypherpunks are, unfortunately, sometimes you're gonna need a lawyer, right? We're up against a behemoth of a system. We're using cryptography as one of our weapons, but we also have to use the legal system to our advantage as well. These guys are out there fighting on behalf of those that are doing the right thing in the crypto anarchist cypherpunk community. So tremendous thank you to you guys for doing that work, and look forward to hearing your updates on the Bitcoin fog case. So thank you guys. Take it away.
Appreciate it. Hey, everybody. My name is Mike Hassard. This is Tor Ekland, and we're the defense attorneys for Roman Sterlingov. He's just one of many people who have been wrongfully locked up for crypto-related activities.
He's one of the prisoners on the war on crypto, like Ian Friedman, Roger Ver, Roman Storm, Samurai Wallet,
Keon Rodriguez, William Hill.
Yeah, and so Roman's part of that sort of Biden era war on crypto. And what Roman was convicted of in March of last year was running a custodial mixer known as Bitcoin Fog.
Bitcoin Fog was one of the first darknet mixers available to be able to anonymize your Bitcoin transactions. So for everybody who doesn't know, on the blockchain on Bitcoin, you have 5 different pieces of information. You have the sender's address, recipient's address, the amount sent, transaction ID, and date and time of the transfer. Now, those pieces of information can be stitched together by organizations like Chainalysis, a company that have a lot of government contracts around the world for law enforcement, and be able to trace the source of Bitcoin. And like Doug was saying in the last presentation, you know, when your Bitcoin gets flagged, a lot of exchanges refuse to accept it. And it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem as Bitcoin goes around and you know, it gets messed up and flagged.
And Chainalysis is the main company all over the world that's doing the flagging. And they're using proprietary black box software that we weren't allowed to look at trial. Chainalysis forensics were a big thing at the trial. Because what happened with Roman, even though we don't even think that what he did should be illegal, we don't think mixing, actually the judge said in the case, mixing per se is not illegal, but what he got prosecuted for was money laundering. And they said like a bunch of the money from Silk Road went through it, Alphabet and all these other darknet markets went through Bitcoin Fog, because you can hide when you mix your address, you can't trace it back from Bitcoin Fog. And it, for the most part, worked.
That was one of the problems with it, is that it worked, you know, because we were trying to show to the government that Roman was innocent. He wasn't the individual who set this up. Now, whether or not it was legal or illegal, that's a different issue. You know, we think that Bitcoin mixing should be totally legal. But the fact of the matter was that Roman actually didn't set it up. And we had a very difficult time proving that in court, because all the money that was in his accounts came from Bitcoin Fog or came through Bitcoin Fog. And we weren't, because it worked, we weren't able to show the original legal source of the funds because the software was so effective.
So not a single piece of evidence came in a trial of Roman actually running Bitcoin Fog. Like when they arrested him at the airport, he was a Swedish citizen. This all happened when he was in Sweden. He gets arrested with all his computers, like 3 laptops, 3 terabytes worth of hard drives, 10 years worth of thumb drives, his personal diaries. There's not a single thing in any of it showing him operating Bitcoin Fog. I've wandered out of frame. My apologies.
And this is a photo of Roman that you can see on your screen here, chilling by a pond with some lily pads. And, you know, Roman was incarcerated pre-trial. So he was arrested at the Los Angeles International Airport in, May of 2021. Yeah. And he's been locked up ever since. Now, you're only supposed to incarcerate somebody pre-trial for 2 reasons in America. The first reason is if they're a danger to the community. They commit a very violent act. They got a lot of weapons, and they're known to have violent propensities. And Roman clearly didn't have that, never hurt a fly. And the second reason could be if they determine him to be a flight risk. And one of the core points that they thought that he was a flight risk because he got all this secret internet money and he could buy passports and fly around the world. And it was just taken so far out of context. And the judge, he didn't understand what Bitcoin was. And I think that was really exemplified in one of our pretrial hearings where the judge in the case asked us if there's an administrator to the blockchain that we can bring into court and have explain or take a look at records. Like, it just showed that they don't know anything about this space. part of our job is to explain it to them.
And that when the judge said that was like a year and a half into the proceedings, because that's a great question if you're a beginner, right? But when you're incarcerating somebody pre-trial based on the weight and evidence in a case that's purely circumstantial and all based on blockchain forensics that are sketchy at best, that's I think that's a huge problem. But anyhow, they found him guilty at trial, and he got 12 and a half years.
He was sentenced to 150 months. Probation recommended 240 months in prison. That's a total of 20 years. The government was seeking at sentencing 30 years in prison. That's 360 months in prison. And if we were to go by the US sentencing guidelines, just to put into perspective how out of whack these guidelines are, they recommended a sentence of life in prison.
And they imposed a $400 million forfeiture order against him, even though he doesn't have $400 million. And that's all based on what they say went through Bitcoin fog from darknet markets like Silk Road and Alpha Bay and Agora and stuff like that. Like when they arrested him, he had about a little under $2 million worth of Bitcoin. He got into Bitcoin in 2010, right? And the best that we can tell is he did a peer-to-peer transaction with the people who started Bitcoin fog, because there's this trace that the government did from 2011 where they say Roman paid for the DNS registration to the Bitcoin fog website, the ClearNet site that had a link to, you know, the onion mixer. That trace goes through, like, I don't know, there's that it right there. It goes through multiple addresses, none of which the government had the private keys to. So, you know, some of the agents even testified that, you know, that is consistent just with a normal peer-to-peer transaction. And why that should scare you is picture that you're getting off an airplane like 10 years from now and they arrest you, and their main piece of evidence against you is a peer-to-peer transaction you did over a decade ago that they don't have the private keys to or anything, but they've been sitting in this room with the forensic software with this company that's been whining and dining them. Chainalysis hired one of the prosecutors in our case. One of the IRS criminal investigators in our case started a private company to investigate this case that Chainalysis then bought 5 months later. We weren't allowed to raise any of that at trial.
Nothing. In fact, through the trial, there was a lot that we were not allowed to raise. I'm going to back up a couple of slides and bring you to the page with our non-compete here. So we're trying to get the information from Chainalysis. We're trying to look at the source code. We're trying to look to see, okay, like how did they come up with the determination here? What heuristics were used during their investigation? No, we're not going to share that with you. And it got further than that. You know, they got a protective order from the court that has criminal punishments for disclosing the information. So if we had an expert witness in and they took a look at Chainalysis heuristics and then they somehow discussed or used those heuristics later or anything else, it wasn't just a civil fine that they were going to be imposed upon them. It was criminal liability.
So we had a hard time getting experts, and the killer, as you see on the screen, there's we were asked to sign a non-compete clause to look at evidence in a federal criminal case. Now we asked the judge and we said, can you name one time in the history of the federal criminal courts where a criminal defendant has been asked to sign a non-compete to look at the forensic software, and they could not come up with a single case. The best that they came up with was an intermediate appellate court in New Jersey in a DNA case, one case in the entire history of the United States. And what happened, what that non-compete did is we had like blockchain core developers who were willing to come in as experts. You know, a lot of top people were willing to come in, but they saw that non-compete and they saw that protective order and they were like, hey man, I can't do this because 5 years from now, if I do something that Chainalysis doesn't like, they're going to sue me under this. And they were right? Like I wouldn't recommend any of my transactional clients to sign something like this. And that's what we told the government. And because we refused to do that, we didn't get the rest of the discovery on Chainalysis software, which was a huge part of the case.
Now we had conducted our own tracing because we had gone to Bitcoin Miami in 2022. We had very similar speech to what we're making here, but before the trial. And somebody came up to me afterwards and he's like, dude, this is my fucking Alamo, man. Like what's going on here is fucked up. I want to help you out, right? So he was a tracer for a company called CipherTrace. He goes to his company and tells everyone they're all tracers. They're all cypherpunks, you know? And he was like, look, we got to help these guys out. So CipherTrace agrees to be our expert witnesses who are going to combat Chainalysis, who's working for the government, their interpretations of the blockchain.
And they're going to do it for free, because the government seized all of Roman's money and we don't have any money when we're doing this, right? So we're like fucking winging it like we always do.
So we prepared this trial with CipherTrace. We had a wonderful woman named Jonelle still. I hope she's doing well. I love Jonelle. And we were working with her on the case. And about a week before trial, MasterCard, which owns CipherTrace, informed the tracers that, hey, you guys are not allowed to go on here. Everyone went quiet. Everyone lawyered up. We don't really know what happened or what transpired, but the ultimate conclusion was that we lost our expert tracing firm that was going to combat Chainalysis interpretation.
After they submitted a report basically saying that the government's forensics were all fucked. And so at like a week before trial, when we can't get another expert, all of a sudden, the best we could figure is like MasterCard got a phone call. Right?
Now we did try to get new experts, and we got some pretty good experts. We got Laurent Salat, founder of OXT. It's a tracing company out of the EU. And we have Brian Bishop, Bitcoin core developer. Those were both denied experts on Daubert. Best we can tell, the main reason Laurent was denied was because he's French. Yeah. And being French, the French don't extradite their own citizens to the United States for criminal punishment. So the judge was like, well, if he violates the protective order we have on Chainalysis heuristics, how are we going to send him to jail? You know, so that's what prevented us from having Laurent Salat come in. And Brian Bishop, they didn't like his biohacking.
Biohacking. Yeah.
They made a big shame of that.
I mean, you can go on and on about this trial. And if you have questions, ask us afterwards. We have we've got the recording of Roman, right?
We do. This will be the second time we're showing this publicly. The first time was
at Bitcoin Vegas.
Bitcoin Vegas a couple of weeks ago. But this is a recording straight out from Roman Sterling from behind bars. So it's the first time a lot of people are going to have an opportunity to hear Roman in his own voice.
He's in Fort Dix right now doing 12 and a half years. He's served about close to 5 now with all the pretrial detention.
You know, we can also mention this. The government made so many different misrepresentations.
This is a good one.
And at one point in the trial, they brought this document, this image right here. And it appears to be a Tinder chat that says in the middle box there, you're wondering what I do in terms of magically having such photos or in terms of money laundering.
Like, and they're saying this is Roman's chat.
They're saying that they took this from his device and that there's him talking about money laundering, right? So we were in the middle of the trial when this new evidence came out, and our forensics expert, Jeff Fishbach, took one look at the file type and was like, hey, that's not like something you find on Tinder. That's not a screenshot that you'd make on your phone of your Tinder chat. What is this? So we take a look at it closer. It turns out that this was cropped by the US government from an ebook about internet speed dating that was on his phone, that was on his e-device. He had like an e-reader, you know? So here's the book here. It's called The Message Game by Ice White, a pickup artist out of London, England. And you can see that there's watermarks on the right image, or it says white or ice white or something. It says ice on the left. And that image that they took and said that it was Roman who actually spoke in it was cropped out of that image on the bottom left of that screen on the right side.
And the expert they brought in to bring in this evidence is the expert that they used to, the way that they say that Roman is linked to Bitcoin Fog is they say that there was a email address, shoremint@hotmail.com, that was used to register the Bitcoin Talk forum like account for whoever created Bitcoin Fog. They said because Roman's IP address was on the same server within a few minutes of another IP address, he was that other IP address, the Shoremint at Hotmail. And so the expert that brought this in is the one that she called it this IP address overlap.
Imagine first time it's ever been done.
Yeah, it was the first time she'd ever done it. She had made it up and all this stuff like that. But that's their strongest link. But they brought her, she apologized for bringing in the false evidence, and they apologized to the jury, and the jury still went for him.
You know, they deliberated for a couple of days. It was not a quick decision by the jury whatsoever. So here we have a recap of all the evidence against Roman. You know, we had there was no evidence that Roman ever operated Bitcoin Fog. There was no logs on all the devices that were seized.
No servers.
No eyewitnesses testified against Roman or said that they talked to him about running it. There were no communications. You're running a big organization like Bitcoin Fog. You got to talk to your devs. Nothing like that on any of his devices. And the money doesn't add up. You know, there were some huge issues with the valuation. The government's overinflating the values of a lot of the funds going through to ramp it up for sentencing.
As if he was operating it, he should have had a hell of a lot more money than what they got when they seized all this stuff. But I mean, and what if you get one thing out of this is that this could be you, right? This case is entirely circumstantial. It's based on speculative tracing forensics and based on what looked like peer-to-peer transactions like over a decade ago. That was it. That was like the main evidence against him. And they just, you know, spun up this, crypto is evil kind of, weird witchcraft superstition narrative, and it really dominates.
It's a Biden era prosecution,
Biden era prosecution.
And we are hoping, with everybody else that's going through the same thing, Roger Ver, Ian Freeman, Roman Storm, William Hill, John Rodriguez, all these people are facing the same mighty dragon that Roman faced, and we're in this together, and we have an opportunity in the next few years of the Trump administration to make an actual change, because if this swings the other way at the next election, Roman's going to be doing his whole sentence, and so is everyone else.
Yeah, we got to get everybody out.
We got to work on this now before the midterms.
But here he is.
This is the first time we're going to have a recording from Roman presented on to Monerotopia. So let's see if this works. Is it going? Yeah, I'm trying to. I don't hear it coming through, though. Yeah, I'm going to try to play it on the speaker of the mic or something. Let's see how this works.
Can you switch back to the...
Use the microphone in his hand.
Is everything okay over there?
It's going to be quiet on your end, Sunita.
Oh, so it's not being streamed to the audience over here. Okay.
Yep.
Sorry about that, guys.
All right, so that was Roman Sterling. Let me turn this on. Hello? Wonderful. Yeah, so that was Roman Sterling off talking from behind bars about what's happened to him and where we can go from there. You know, he's in a tough spot. You know, one of the most difficult things, like watching him from when he was arrested to now, is to watch his deterioration, becoming like a more harder individual. Because when he went in there, he was salt of the earth kind of guy. And now you can tell that he's been through years of not being able to trust anybody. And, you know, you can hear that in someone's voice, how that changes a person. You know, to be truly not free. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so Roman is talking there about, he talks about the conspiracy charges that they used against him. He talked about a couple of the more interesting pieces of the evidence that the government chose to introduce at trial, some of it being paint, Wi-Fi inhibiting paint that would prevent particular kinds of radiation from entering your home. You know, the government makes that out to be, oh, he was making it so that his entire house was a Faraday bag.
Yeah, they would just like chase down like a lot of like weird stuff like that.
Watering plants. He had a
remote plant watering system that we had to show them wasn't this him logging into the Bitcoin fog service, because they never found the Bitcoin fog service. They never got the Bitcoin, logs. They don't have anything from the actual operation from Bitcoin fog or any communications like that. So they were desperate to show that he had this, like, because he was a digital nomad. So he had this plant watering system that he could log into his computer at home and water his plants. And then we discovered that they never bothered. He was in Sweden the entire time. He was never in the United States. Another big issue in the case. They never bothered to go and search his apartment in Sweden and seize his computer, which I found kind of fascinating, because they were talking to the Swedish police. And to me, it's almost like they didn't want to know, like, get another piece of evidence that showed he hadn't done this.
They went to extreme lengths to take really mundane things and present them to the jury as if they were somehow really criminal. Like, one of the things, he was trying to run a VPN service. He was trying to start a small business where he provided VPN service to people. He had 2 server blades in a Romanian server where he was running the VPN off of, and one of them was not used. So it all had zeros. It hadn't been written on yet. When you looked at the code, it was just zeros all the way down. And the government was saying that, oh, he zeroed out the hard drive. He must have had a kill switch. The second he was arrested, it went to zeros. And Jeff Fishbach, our technical expert, he bought like 15 versions of this server and tested every single one of them and found out that all of them show up when they're new with zeros.
And they'd wiretap the Romanian server and nothing came up related to Bitcoin fog. They had him, he came to the United States in Miami in 2017 for like a month. They had him under surveillance. Nothing came up. It's like,
they pen trapped him. They had electronic surveillance on all of his devices. Nothing came up. No evidence of operating Bitcoin fog. Nothing at all.
And so they rolled the dice when they arrested him at LAX in April, end of April of 2021. And they seized all his devices, right? And I think they thought, oh, we got him now and we're going to find all the evidence. But they didn't find a single thing on any of that stuff. But then they were in too deep. And, there's money at stake with the forensics and chain analysis and all this stuff. But if you want more information, you can go to, freeroman.org, right?
Freeroman.org. We also have the QR code, and I'll be handing out stickers to anybody interested. You can keep up with the case. We put updates up there. Our next date is that we got to deal with is July 31st. Is the opening appellate brief in Roman's appeal. We have a team of lawyers working on his appeal, working with some wonderful people who are experts in each and every issue that we plan on appealing, because we're taking this all the way home, because this is a ridiculous miscarriage of justice to have Roman sitting in prison for not only something that he didn't do, but something that should be legal in the first place.
And they did committed no crime, even if he did it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Nice. Sal The Agorist. Hello.
Yep. Hello.
Do you have anybody else that's anyone else speaking? Yeah. Sal later tonight. I'm asking you. Yeah. What's up? All right. Can people hear me at home, you think? Oh, wait, we got sound coming out of that. All right, guys. Hello.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm just
Hello.
hearing my own voice here. It's coming out somewhere.
You don't like hearing your own voice?
Is there still a speaker on? Okay. All right, we got Sal The Agorist, right? You're coming up. You're giving a talk. Are you doing slides? What are you doing? You're just talking. I'm just bullshitting, bro. All right, you going solo on this? What do you want? All right. You don't seem like a guy who would be carrying notes.
I'm a no note taker guy.
You're a very intelligent dude, though. I've heard the way you talk. I know you're very well studied. I think you've written a few books yourself, right?
So I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd is what it is. I've got 3 books. I'm a super nerd, and I'm part-time nerd, part-time criminal, part-time anarchist.
You're like the best memer on the internet.
I am. It's true. I am. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am.
How long have you been doing that, by the way? Like, do people here know Sal The Agorist? They know his. They've seen his memes. All right. I mean, we don't have a huge audience right now, but
right.
It's about 50% have raised their hands.
Yeah, 15,
how long have you been doing that for?
15 years, bro. Long time.
Oh wow,
long time. So I started doing it just out of boredom because I wanted an outlet to talk shit about politicians. And all of a sudden I had like 10,000 followers, and I'm like, well, I might as well keep going now.
Yeah, you are fierce on them. You boil everything down.
Yeah, no bullshit.
To the most libertarian take, or agorist take.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed with that, and very principled. You really understand this stuff. Well, what do you think you're gonna talk about today?
Agorism, the war on crypto, and what I think is a solution.
All right, man, take it away.
All right, cool. I actually I don't even have notes on me, but I'll give you guys a rendition of what I said in ETHDAM, which is simply that first of all, I wanted to introduce what agorism was, and agorism is simply counter economics. It's the use of the black and gray markets to subvert the state. We do so through non-compliance, right? It's non-compliant entrepreneurship. So we say that all agorism is entrepreneurial, but not all entrepreneurship is agorism, right? So it has to have that black or gray market elements. So that's very quick and shortened version of what agorism is. The difference between us and like ANCAPs is that ANCAPs will engage in entrepreneurship purely for the profit motive, and which we think is totally fine. But we add that extra element of disintermediating the state. So we'll do things like we start companies in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. We start 3D printer companies. Maybe you 3D print guns and sell them in a blue state or something like that. Not legal advice, of course, but I'm just trying to give you an example. So that's a little bit about what it is. And to me, if you step back and you look at the enemy, the state apparatus, the beating heart of the enemy is the money printer. And if they didn't have the ability to print money, then they wouldn't have the ability to slaughter 20,000 children in Palestine in the last 6 months, or 100,000 people in Palestine in general. They wouldn't have money to start wars in Tehran, or to bomb Yemen, or whatever other country they're bombing today. I don't even know. I haven't turned the news on. So what we do is we need to find a way to stop them from slaughtering these children. And the only way to do that is to stop using fiat currency. And we can't bum rush the Federal Reserve. We're not going to run in there with guns drawn. If we do, it's not going to work out very well for us. We can't vote them out. I mean, they can't even get a bill to audit the Federal Reserve passed. How the hell are they going to get a bill to end the Federal Reserve passed? So we're not going to do so with violence. We're not going to do so through legislation. The only way that we could do this is by having a better product than they have, and that is cryptocurrency. For a while, we all felt that pseudonymity was sufficient, right? In the early days of cryptocurrency, that's what was accepted on the Silk Road, right? It was Bitcoin, and we all thought the fact that we were hiding behind this, string of characters, that was good enough. Well, turns out it's not. Okay, so we have people like Roger Ver, Bitcoin Jesus, who has been locked or is being persecuted. They're trying to lock him in a cage for revealing the government's attempt to hijack Bitcoin. We have guys like Roman Storm and Alexei Pertsev. Ross Ulbricht just spoke here at PorcFest earlier. He was really the first casualty in the war on crypto. And honestly, it's sort of illogical. It's irrational for us to expect a cartel of banks to just voluntarily give up a monopoly on the issuance of currency. Who in their right mind, if you had a money printer, who would give up a monopoly on the money printer? I wouldn't. I can't say that I would. Would you guys? I don't know if I would, to tell you the truth. I'm really not sure that I would. It's irrational for us to expect them to just give it up peacefully. They were always going to fight back. There was always going to be Roman Storms and Alexei Pertsevs and Ross Ulbrichts. That was going to happen. But what concerns me, guys, is that these are high-value targets. Roger Ver is one of the primary funders of the Liberty movement and the cryptocurrency space in general, crypto anarchism, voluntarism. Roman Storm and Alexei Pertsev are some of the best damn developers in the world. And of course, the list goes on and on and on. Look what they're doing to Ian Freeman, right? Ian Freeman is being persecuted for selling cryptocurrency. I didn't even know that was a crime. I mean, didn't we all do that on P2P exchanges? Like, isn't that how we all acquired our first cryptocurrencies? The whole concept is insane. But it's to be expected. It's to be expected. And we always knew that the attack was going to come. Well, lo and behold, in 2017, the long and short of it is, and you can get the full story in the book Hijacking Bitcoin by Roger Ver and Steve Patterson, but the long and short of it is essentially the intelligence community infiltrated the blockchain space and agitated for small blocks in order to render Bitcoin a non-competitor, to render Bitcoin an inefficient medium of exchange and therefore a non-competitor to the banking cartel. Right? That's what they did. That's how they sort of subverted Satoshi's original vision. And Roger Ver tells this story in the book, and that's why they're trying to attack him. It has nothing to do with taxes. Hell, Roger even filed a FOIA request to find out how much the bastards want from him, and they won't even tell him. Even when compelled by legislation, they refuse to reveal the number. So it's not about what number. It's not about what they're not going to give Roger Ver life in prison for being $10,000 short on his taxes. Right? It's not about that. It's about revealing their crimes in the hijacking of Bitcoin. So what do we do about all this? What's the answer? Well, we know that pseudonymous chains don't work. We know pseudonymity is no longer sufficient. Frankly, guys, the only answer is privacy. Extreme, unrelenting privacy tech and privacy coins. Some of my favorite options right now, obviously we have Monero, which is the OG privacy coin. Works 100% of the time, all the time. You really can't say enough about Monero. And the proof is in the pudding, right? Isn't there like I don't know where Doug just went, but I think there's like a $60,000, $70,000 bounty on anybody who can crack the cryptography behind Monero. It's more. It's up to 600,000 now. So that's how you know that it works, because the bastards are actually trying to do something about it. We also have Zano, which is a new privacy coin that I absolutely love. And the reason why I love it is because you can tokenize assets and trade them on the Zano blockchain privately. Now think about this. Think about when you can trade stocks and bonds privately. What happens to the dirtbags infesting the SEC? What happens to the lowlives at FINRA who steal a portion of every trade? Right? And what happens, by the way, when they do that? It restricts the amount of capital that flows into the market. It restricts the amount of liquidity that's able to access capital markets. That retards progress and innovation. So once we can disintermediate these people, the world is going to be an amazing place. Imagine when someone in sub-Saharan Africa can buy a half of a token of Microsoft or of the next Starbucks or something like that. That will unleash a wave of capital that the world has never seen before, and that is the promise of tokenization. And that's one of the reasons I love Zano. Now, there's another coin out there that does something very similar called Firo. So on Zano, we have the confidential layer and confidential assets. Firo, they have Spark assets, which is very similar. It does the same shit, really. So we have the technology to beat these people back. We just have to use it. And by the way, it's not just cryptocurrencies that I'm talking about. We need to be using private messenger services. We have on the Zano wallet, we have the Matrix messenger service built right in there. So it's like you have a Signal style messenger app built into your Zano wallet. And what's cool about it actually is that you can verify somebody's identity anonymously on the blockchain. I know that sounds kind of crazy. If you think it sounds contradictory, but if you think about it, it actually makes sense. You can verify that you're actually talking to Sal Mayweather or Doug Tuman or something. You know who you're talking to because that identity is verifiable on the blockchain. So those are three great options: Monero, Zano, and Firo. Another cool thing about Zano and Firo is you can register aliases. So Zano, you can have an alias. Firo, you can have a Spark name. So I can send it to Irish Adam instead of sending it to, you know, a string of characters. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit easier. The Matrix messenger service. Yeah, so you can use any sort of private messenger service that uses end-to-end encryption. That's the key, though. End-to-end encryption. That's the gold standard for messenger apps, guys. Signal. Telegram, it's like optional, but I think they do have it built in. I believe all iMessages are end-to-end encrypted, but I wouldn't trust that. So yeah, that's essentially that's basically all I wanted to tell you guys was that you know what agorism is and why, as agorists, we should be focused on fighting the banking cartel, and a little bit about how we need to fight the banking cartel, which is of course through privacy coins because pseudonymity is no longer sufficient. So that's it. I'm gonna wrap it up there and turn it back to my main man, Doug. I told him what I gotta tell him, Doug. I'm gonna have to do my mic drop. I love that shirt, by the way, man. You got to get me one of those. Don't spy on me.
All right. Well, do people have questions? Give it up for Sal. Give it up for Sal. More applause. More applause. I cut off the applause. But do people have questions? All right. Oh, you're asking. Oh, okay, Monero League.
No, I don't. I think if they could, they would. And they're trying like hell. We were just talking, Doug, about the bounty, that they have like a standing bounty on the code behind Monero. Monero is one of the safest coins you can actually use because it's time tested and proven.
Yeah, it's not really so much that they're trying to break Monero; they're trying to trace Monero transactions. So they basically, the federal government put out a bounty to chain analysis companies to see if anybody can fulfill this RFP and figure out how to trace Monero. And I think they claim the reward on the Lightning Network because they had also put it on that at the same time. But yeah, Monero, as far as we know, now, I mean, this could turn into a very long conversation. I mean, there are things about Monero that need to be improved in terms of preventing chain analysis, and we have a big upgrade that's coming hopefully within the next year called full chain membership proofs, which once that is implemented, really the one attack vector that existed against Monero's privacy, which is its ring signature element, that will be deprecated, and there'll really be no data for them to gather. Like right now, they can't trace Monero really in any way, but they can use some data against this one portion of Monero's technology to kind of correlate and have a better guess at who a true sender might be of a Monero transaction. That's Monero's maybe arguably one weakness, and that's only if they're really like coming after you. They have a bunch of data from your transactions on exchanges. They might be able to probabilistically be like, well, we think Sal might be in that group of people who could have sent the Monero transaction, and that's the one attack vector right now, and that's being eliminated.
One thing I actually forgot to mention was the whole aspect of privacy that I wanted to bring up that I forgot was wallets and storing it, and what's the best way to do that. There's a couple great options out there, obviously. So you have, like, for mobile wallet apps, you have Cake Wallet and Edge, which are sick options. As you can see, I'm repping Edge right now. I love Edge. We also have Crypto Steel, which is a hardware wallet. It's actually indestructible. I don't know if you've seen our show on the Subversive Spectrum, but me and this guy, Irish Adam, we actually tried to, like, break this thing. We blew it up. We lit it on fire. We ran it over. We threw it off a building, and it was like the seed phrase was untouched. So one of those metal things. Yeah, it's like a space grade steel capsule kind of thing. I mean, you can fucking, like, blow this thing. We did, and it just will not be destroyed. So yeah, check out some of those options. They're great, but the key there, guys, is non-custodial options. You want to make sure you're holding your own keys. Obviously, if you're at Monerotopia or you're at PorcFest, you probably know this shit, but you just got to drive that home, because we're talking about privacy. That's kind of, you got to throw that in there.
Awesome, man. Sure you want to leave? I mean, you got the stage.
I mean, you tell me what we're doing. I'm down to
I don't know. I mean, you did a pretty long podcast the other night. That was
oh man, we went for like 4 hours. And he was our final guest on the show. Our only recurring guest.
I drove all the way down to New York City and back in the same
day.
I went the night before and then in the middle of the night.
And then you showed up on
my
our
daughter's
podcast.
5th grade graduation. I could not.
And you were back here for our show.
Yeah,
my man.
I had to make it back.
Love this guy.
Had to make it back for the show.
Fucking love this guy, huh?
Yeah, I'm a little wild, a little crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I think we'll cut it here then. We'll leave the stream running a little bit, and we'll see if there's anybody else that wants to come up on stage that we could pull out. It's a beautiful day here at PorcFest. Thousands of people here. Ross just gave his talk. We streamed that out to everybody.
It was incredible, wasn't it? It was like actually emotional.
Yeah.
Like when he like was talking about how like he had to like face himself in the mirror and like come to terms with the fact that he could have ruined his life. Like that like hits you, man. As a man, that like you just feel that shit, you know?
Yeah. Well, that was like one of the things when I was driving back up after driving down, and there was moments where I was like, oh, this fucking sucks. Right. And I went back to Ross's mom, where the day before we were hanging out in the tent and it was pouring rain. Yeah. We were all huddled up in the tent. We're like, oh man, it sucks. Everything's getting wet. And she's like, I remember every day it would rain when Ross was in prison. I would just think, he wouldn't care it's raining. He'd be out there dancing naked in the rain.
Right. Yes.
And so like that really is the message, right? Appreciate the liberty you have, you know,
in the moment.
Yeah, and have the gratitude, right? When your life, things may not be going your way, you're frustrated.
And that was kind of like what he was saying.
You're not in that situation.
Right.
Where they've taken everything away from you, right? So
yeah, and that was sort of what he was saying. That was kind of the message of what he said. Whereas if you can like actually leave desire at the front door, your suffering will actually go down because your want of things goes. It makes sense. It's the kind of reflection that you would expect somebody who did 10 years in the can to have. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's the only way you could really rationally stay sane.
Yeah,
right? You have to kind of adjust your perception on things. And at that point, you're just like, well, at least I'm alive, right? At least I could still make choices. There's still things I could do.
That was, I think that was sort of when we realized that like pseudonymity was not sufficient. I mean, I don't know about you, but that's when that's when we should have realized it really.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Ross, Bitcoin was not untraceable to the cash. I'm not saying they wouldn't have potentially caught him in other ways, but
the state evolves like a parasite, and they developed blockchain analytics, just like a parasite evolves to like find new ways to leech off the host.
Yes,
that's what the government did.
Yeah, I mean, an eye opener too, right? Was when Ross got that donation of $30 million in Bitcoin.
Yes.
And then like everybody's tweeting like, oh, now he needs security, this, that, right? If he had received a Monero donation to his Monero address, nobody would know how much he received. If you received anything, if you got any transactions.
I didn't think about that. You're right.
Privacy is secured. I was going to bring it up on stage after stuff, but I also didn't want to come across the wrong way.
Right. No, you're right though.
But it's like, privacy is security. I think I'm sure this has even crossed Ross's mind.
That's why KYC is so dangerous, because KYC forces you to expose yourself to the most dangerous people on earth. By the way, the governments, right? These are the most dangerous people on earth. It's not the people out there that you want to hide your information from. It's the parasites. It's the politicians, and KYC forces you to do that. Look at the Coinbase hack. Right, all of those people, the only reason why their information was revealed is because it was forcibly taken from them. They were forced to reveal it through the KYC process. So you're absolutely right. Like, privacy is security.
100%.
You know?
100%. Yeah. So we could, we'll wrap it up here. I guess we'll leave the stream running for a little bit. I'll see if I find anybody else that wants to jump up on stage. And yeah, we'll see you guys later.
All right. Thanks, man.
Yeah. Thank you. Cheers. Hello, hello. Mic's on.
Yeah, you're
All right, guys. Actually, we're gonna wrap it up here. I'm gonna go get lost on the Silk Road over here. go mingle with the vendors. But yeah, we're gonna go wrap it up here. Thank you, everybody. And I don't know if we're gonna stream again, maybe tomorrow. Otherwise, this has been amazing. I think it was a tremendous success. Monerotopia PorcFest. We're in one of the main tents here. We got a lot of people learning about Monero, interested in Monero, coming up talking about Monero. We had Ross giving his talk. I actually did have a quick run-in with Ross, which was awesome. And I got to shake his hand. I actually tried to give him the Monero Nodo. I tried to give him one of the Nodos. It was too fast to be able to explain much. But he did. I told him I was giving the talk after his, and I'll be talking about Monero and XMR Bazaar. And he's like, "Oh yeah, you're doing the version of it that maybe I should have done." Essentially, is what he was saying, right? Like, so it sounds like he's aware, which is good to hear. I mean, I'm sure he's aware. I'm sure he knows Monero. So, very cool. We'll close it out here. Thank you guys. Adios.
Thank you for joining us on this week's Monerotopia episode. We stream live shows every Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern. You can find and subscribe to our show on YouTube and Odyssey, or listen to the podcast on iTunes, Spotify, or Stitcher. Don't forget to follow us on Twitter or join us in the Monerotopia Telegram group. See you all next week.